What's up, y'all? We're back. Like I said the last time I was on, I'm going to Texas next week, so I won't be. I'll be there from Wednesday to Wednesday. Let's see when that is. So I'm leaving the 10th. I'll be back 17th. So for that time, I won't be like streaming any games or anything, but I'll like do like a quick little check in on on Twitch and all that. Kick. Show y'all what's going on here and there. Do they slow wings on tailored suits? Right now I'm working on a video. I'm probably gonna play either Power World or the Power World or Helldivers, but first I gotta get this video out. Had a long day, so I didn't get to it. Yeah, let's see what we got going on here. I wanna cut this. So if y'all are not familiar, this is CapCut. Um, I feel like this is probably my favorite software to use for like editing 16 by 9 content. I have Premiere Pro, this other one whose name I forget, but CapCut just makes it like quick and easy. The issue with Premiere Pro, and I feel like it maybe have to be this way for the level of um it just because of how in depth the software is, but CapCut keeps it all simple, man. Like you don't have to click through a million things to find stuff. Whereas Premiere Pro, you have to like click through a million things. Honestly, all these softwares need to integrate, and I feel like they certainly have the technology to do so. They need to integrate a search function that allows you to search different functions of the platform. So like for example, if I'm using Premiere Pro and I want to like figure out how to do like a video overlay, I can like open up the search, look up video overlay, and however you do that, like it comes up, right? And shows me how to do it. But right now we're just gonna chop this up a bit. Um and we'll get to the gaming, baby. I hope people watching this, if you're new to this channel, this might be your first time seeing me working on content, but I mean, this has been the thing from the get go. Like, Slice My Life Gaming, we game, we work on content. Sometimes I'm just like hanging out, talking about politics. Sometimes I'm traveling. I'm doing photography. Like, whatever I'm doing is what's going on this channel. We're not always gaming, but welcome either way. Raiders pull up. Summon that guy. We're gonna keep this part in there. Fade for now. But out. Do they sew wings on tailored suits? New ice, new bag. Cut this out. Delete. If you're on TikTok, you can't really see what I'm editing right now because my cursor isn't where you guys are seeing. Actually, it's not even showing my cursor. Am I not live? Oh, I'm live. TikTok's been weird lately. My connection is also really bad. I'm trying to figure that out. I'm in talks with my landlord. He hasn't responded to me, so that's a bad sign. What are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do? But yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. Hopefully we can fix that. Yo, Kick, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Twitch, welcome to the stream. TikTok, welcome to the stream. If it's your first time, welcome to Slice My Life Gaming. Drop a follow. Check us out on our link tree. We're on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Instagram, Kick. We're everywhere, man. So check us out. Check out the link tree. All right. Let me back up a bit. Okay. Put that. Bring it out. A cut here. Around. Do they sew wings on tailored suits? New ice, new bag. AI so dog. So the way I go by this so far, and this process will change and improve the more I do it. I'm still figuring it out as I go, but my approach so far has been like, because the videos are usually longer than what I need just in general, I go and make like initial cuts, just to like trim it down to something manageable. And then from that, I really get into the weeds and start thinking of like what kind of story I want to tell with the clip. Fights happening this time. Just get to the fight's done. I don't like that part because it's funny, so we might keep that. Might keep this. It kind of adds to the story a bit. So let's see, cut here, and we'll delete this like entire sliver. So if I zoom out, right, and then delete that. Again, TikTok, you can't see this, so it's probably gonna be pretty boring for y'all. But like, nope, it is what it be. Okay. Cut right here. Which cut here. Zoom in. Switch. Delete. Rub. And we actually don't need all that. Take this. This. A lot of stuff is like the way I'm approaching it right now, or the way I'm framing it, is that like you don't want any like dead clips. What I mean by dead clips is like a clip where nothing particularly interesting is going on. There's no action happening in this. There's nothing funny. You're kind of just like transitioning from one thing to the other. I feel like with the short form content, you don't really want any of it. More long form content, that's permissible. You know, you can get away with it. But when you're only dealing with like a minute and a half at most, and most people are only looking at your do a video for like 10 seconds max. Don't want any dead content or any dead clips. Yep. We'll cut that here. Fast forward a bit. We'll go here, cut, delete. Actually, let me see. I think I can do something for y'all TikTok. I'll just move, and it might not let me. Yeah, nah. Now if I take that off, it's just gonna make things a lot. Let's take snapping off. Turn off auto snapping. Do this. Nope, that's not it. This then. There we go. All right. So now the TikTok folks should be able to see. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, there you go, TikTok. There you go. Okay. So now the people on TikTok can see what I'm doing. Folks on Twitch and Kick, you can already see it. Probably gonna have to get rid of a lot of that. I already had a scan in the map portion in the beginning, so we don't want any of this. Get rid of a lot of that. Start like right here when I'm running up. Base, delete, cut, delete. Keep this, keep the fight, keep the fight. Peace, pal. Cut. Feel like I want to get some clips of being on Nightwing just because that's a pretty sight. So we'll cut that here. Get some flight clips. We'll let it run for a little bit, nothing crazy. Couple seconds. Right. Honestly, we might like chop it up too. Might like stop here. Zoom in. Cut there. Go here. Go here. Cut. Delete this. I want to get that chest portion. Don't want the scanning of the map. Right? That's definitely dead clip. We already have that part. We want to get like coming up to the chest. If you have aspirations about being a content creator, good stuff. Definitely do it. I found that to execute on it the way I wanted to, it took a lot of resources, a lot of time, a lot of money. So I had to do a bunch of things beforehand before I could even like get to the starting point, but certainly worth it. But cut, delete, open the chest, cut, rub. We like this. We like this, right? So what's different between this clip and like the part where I was just flying, right? What the reason this isn't a dead clip is because there's something happening here, which is I have an item down there that I want to get. That's action. Action doesn't always necessarily have to be like you're in a fight or like some like funny scene is happening. Exploration also counts too, right? Like people are intrigued and interested with all kinds of different things. So don't discount the parts where you're just kind of exploring as well. I'm gonna save this part of the clip. Go back a little bit. So I'll come in like come in here. Cut. I'm gonna delete this. Zoom out. I'll just get this part. Okay, so I'm gonna take out this part because I'm just kind of sitting around. Like there can be a dead portion of the clip in like a clip you're gonna want to use, right? So for that, then that's that for this. Save that part. Zoom out. Keep going. Let's see what else we can salvage here. Wait, did I find another one? Oh, cool. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. I like that. Right, so right here, what we're trying to capture here is like the getting on the Nightwing, flying, soaring up over the ridge, getting the item. They sew wings on tailored suits. New ice, new bag. Right, we like that. We like that. We're gonna keep that. Yeah. So cut. Bang. This. All right. So now that we did all that, do this again. So what we did here was, I mean, you guys can't really see this part, can you? No, you can't see that. Well, there's a button that you toggle on to make all the clips like stick together again. Now we just took a 10-minute long, 15-minute long clip, and we distilled it down to like we chopped it down to like 3 minutes. And even this is not the final product yet. Now we're gonna go through again like a final run around. Think about it like the writing process. Like do your first draft, or your like rough draft, right? Or you're just like jotting down ideas. Then you do like a second draft, a third draft, and all that. So even this beginning portion is like just a bit long, right? All we want to communicate in the beginning here is that like there's a raid happening, and I'm gonna go engage with the enemy. That is communicated in the initial couple seconds of this. I don't need any more than that. Like this, just me running up, couple like that's enough. Cut. Sure, let's let's get the throwing of the PAL, right? Bang. I'm running up again. We cut that. We want this. This part we don't need. This right here. This we don't need. Okay. We also don't need the beginning of that. Start right here. I don't know what this part is, but don't need it. Cut. We don't need this. Like when you're writing, this is what your teacher might consider like fluff or like an erroneous detail, like something that isn't really necessary. It doesn't add to the story. Trust me, folks. I know this isn't the most riveting. Like you got people like, I mean, I heard a story where some guy was streaming and he went up and like attacked this couple and like pulled a gun out on them. Like you got people doing shit like that, man. Tiny, release me. Tiny, unlock me. Tiny, unlock me. My webcam responds to voice commands, and sometimes if I say something, it's trying to like listen to me and messes up my setup a bit. But you get what you paid for. Wanted voice command, so I could turn it off, so it doesn't respond to my voice, but I also like it. So like if I for whatever reason accidentally say like, I'm not gonna say it, but if I say the word TRACK, it's gonna start doing that. Okay. So even in this fight, like there's action happening in here, but perhaps I can cut the clip in a way that makes the action more compelling, right? Like we get a first shot off, then I'm reloading, okay. Get another shot off, reload. That shot misses, so like that's dead content. Don't need that part. That one hits, take it. The other one is gonna miss. Now, it's really up to the editor to decide what's dead content and what's not. Like, if you want to use the part where you missed the shot as like a blooper, like throwing a funny sound, like that, now you've created something there, right? And it's no longer dead content. That's not what I'm trying to do personally, so I'm not going to keep that part. I'm going to start here again. I'm going to delete that in between. Nothing is really happening there that I'm excited about. Even there, again, you're like playing with seconds here, folks. You're playing with seconds. I'll come back in on this guy. Cut. Delete. My pal just like was not doing anything. Kind of like that scene. That's funny. I'm gonna keep that part there where it's like running to the enemy and getting clapped. Turn. We'll start here. We'll start that here. This. Now we have this part, right, where it's like it's running, it's getting shot, some action happening there. Go around, I flank, I hit, I do a flip. I want to rewind a bit. I'm gonna cut this up a bit more, like that. Take the flip, take the shot, we'll take that flip, take the guy running up, take the dodge, take the pal running around. Okay, so right here. He liked those shots, like that. Kind of stops, cut. Don't really want any of this. We'll take him getting the hit off. Yeah, right. And like this might make a really good thumbnail right here. For the guys like midair, like this, you know what I'm saying? Start that right here. Boom. Oh. Now I'm just kind of searching for a target. Pretty dead. Go after this. Cut. Let it play, let it play. Bang. Delete. Nope. This doesn't need to be this long. Why can't I hear? Oh, right. I gotta find my headphones, bro. Where are my headphones? The fuck? Oh, okay, yeah. We discovered this. Yeah, I definitely need headphones right now, but alright, I might just find it. Find my outside case. Where though? Like where? Oh, where? All right, we found them, chat. We found them. So he's on tailored suits. Twice new bag. She rubs my hair. Good times. On connect headphones. All right, here we go. Not sure who. Appreciate the follow. All right, there we go. Delete. Oh, did I not keep? That's annoying. Alright, that's fine. Did I? Yeah, okay. Alright, well, gone. Okay, we get like the end here with the lock. Delete this. Opens up. Here, what up, Dur? Are you trying to hop in Discord? Yeah, bro. Life's my life gaming, bro. We do the content too. Behind the scenes, man. Behind the scenes. This is literally the video I'm about to drop tonight. Alright, word. Let me just make sure that, because last time I think I like needed to add a chat to the Discord and I forgot to do that. Let's see. That's Pal. That's Helldivers. Discord IOI. Need to add Discord here. Okay. I could just change from the. Yeah, we'll keep the Discord on the same. Change the Discord. We'll just do Discord in general. Is that a thing? Um. When I pop out. Bro, Discord is so finicky sometimes. Um, here, here, go here. Yo, Dirt, join, just so I can see if the stream picks up the audio. Okay. All right, that doesn't look great on TikTok, so I'm gonna change that view. Keep this full. Keep Discord like over here. All right, keep on trucking. Okay, so we got the chest. Nice. Open the chest. So even this lasts too long. Once the chest is open, like, you get the light. Like, as soon as the lights, like, this is good. We need nothing more than this. Delete. Okay. We see target. That's what we're after, right? Like, you're telling a story with the visuals. Cut. Like, even in this, there's some dead clips. Like, I'm still staring at it. Don't need to stare at it that long. I'll catch the jump. Don't need this in between. Catch the jump. Boom. Starting stuff. Yep. Right. All right. Right. Even this might be a bit long. Okay. Again, we started at 10 minutes. We're now at 2 minutes 6 seconds. So now that we have like a good amount of time, now we want to rearrange the clips in a way that tells a story, but also like keeps some dynamism in there, keeps it a bit dynamic. What we're gonna do is, like, for example, like this flying overview here is a great way to start video just because it looks right. So we might bring that in the beginning. Boom. Add its companion, like, you know, get in the chest. That there, right? Oof, this is too long actually. I don't need anything more than this. It's all dead. Start this right here. Whole clip is dead, honestly. Don't need that. Goes on for too long.
Yo,
Yo. All right, let's see if this is picking you. Yo, say
yo,
something.
that was horrible. I can barely hear you.
I mean, looks good
Hello?
on my end. Yep.
Uh, what's up, dude?
What up?
Chilling, chilling. Just made dinner for the week. I'm just cooling right now. What's up with you?
Not much. Uh, Working on this video, then gonna play some. I'm not sure what I'm gonna play. I might just play Helldivers, but I need like
Oh,
odds.
nice. Dude, everyone was so obsessed with Helldivers, and I feel like all the Helldiver content has kind of died down.
Yeah, I mean, a good amount of it has died down. I mean, I'm still making content. I have no plan of stopping because I feel like it's great political satire. So I'm just gonna use it for that, especially as the general election.
Why is it great political satire?
The game, like the Helldivers, are supposed to be this like overzealous, like super militaristic um group. Like their whole thing is like spreading democracy across the galaxy. And like just shit like that. And but it's all
Really?
fake.
I mean, I don't know
They're
anything
just
about
like
the
trying to
gameplay.
get
I don't know anything about.
what?
Wait, can't you say the same thing about like? Can't you say the same thing about like a game like Halo?
Halo. Hey, Halo is not really like that direction, but
Yeah, I
Helldivers.
guess that's a good
That's
point. What they're
that's
like,
that's all it is.
yeah, in Halo they're just trying to preserve themselves from being killed by what is it called, the Scourge? I haven't played Halo in
Um,
forever.
the Horde. But yeah, Helldivers is like they're just
Horde, yeah,
attacking these bugs to get their blood because their blood.
that is the most American thing I've ever heard in my life.
Right. That's why it's great satire.
How's the edits coming along? Are you the only one
Um,
that does the edits, or does
for the
the
game and
Nene and
stuff,
Pharaoh help?
yeah. For the game and stuff, I'm taking care of it. I'm getting their help on like the other things. What we haven't really dropped any. That stuff is way more involved.
You're just trying to build up a library?
No. We're just figuring out how to like make the show that we want to happen.
Oh, gotcha. So right now, the only really thing that you're like putting out is streams and gaming content.
Pretty much.
How many viewers do you get on your stream usually?
The most I've ever had is like, well, I mean, if we're thinking about like, hold on, I'm not sure if TikTok can hear you. I'm not sure how you even add another voice thing on TikTok. Yo, wait, say something.
Blah 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 blah.
Oh, word. All right, bet. Looks like we're good on TikTok. Yeah. So I mean, I'm on multiple platforms. So like in total, the most I've had is like 20, but
Nice.
I don't get too many views. Like the most I've had on um Kick at any one time is like 6. The most I've had on Twitch at any one time is like 6. TikTok I probably get the most views. The most I've had there at any one time is like 12. I'm on YouTube. I don't really have a I don't have a window up for YouTube, but I can check right now. But like, yeah, I think like when I stream, if we're considering like all the platforms in total, like maybe like 25 to 30. Um,
Gotcha. I
So
think
yeah, nothing crazy, you know.
gotcha. I don't have good Wi-Fi, so I can't really stream anything. But once I figure out this Wi-Fi situation and I start making content again, one thing I was thinking of doing is like Sunday dinner streams
Mm.
where like that like the Thursday or the Friday beforehand, I
Mm.
I'll put out a list of like oh hey man, this is what I'm going to be making on Sunday. Here are the ingredients. Come join me. We can make food together, and then we can eat together and have like a Sunday dinner.
Yeah, dude. I feel like the streaming world is getting pretty stale in that like everyone is doing the same thing. Like the like
Yeah,
more niche ones I think are gonna start to take off more. Like there are people who will like be just DJing in their stream, and like you see that gaining steam. I think the more niche kind of streams are gonna start to take off more. And like for instance, game streams right now are not very niche. Like there are a million people streaming games,
yeah.
right?
They're so,
Um,
they're extremely saturated.
right, they're extremely saturated. But like you have like people who are like doing pottery and they're getting a bunch of views, and it's um like they're probably getting like a couple or like half their viewers are into pottery, and the other half like didn't know they were into pottery until they stumbled on this person, like, oh, I kind of like watching this. And I think
Yeah,
as the younger generation comes of age, like, and start like, you know, like the kids were in like elementary school right now, when they all really get access to technology and get hip to these things, like, and start to discover their passions and things, the niches are really going to explode. And I think having like a foothold
I
in
agree.
there is going to be a good place to be.
One thing that's one niche that I got like sucked into recently was woodworking, bro. I never
Mm.
thought that I was interested in woodworking, and then now I'm watching these videos. Like a dude will be like, "Yo, watch me make this coffee table," and I'm like, "Hell yeah, we're making a
Right,
coffee table."
right.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think the internet has it's disrupted so many platforms already, right? Like everyone went from having cable to having online subscriptions.
Right.
And that in and of itself is kind of a mess because they charge so much. But then I think the next
Bro, I saw
wave
that shit coming
is
in high school, bro.
streamers.
As soon as Netflix
Oh
became a
yeah,
thing,
bro.
I was like, oh yeah, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Like all these like no one's gonna be watching cable anymore, but the cable companies are not just gonna die out. They're gonna adapt, and the way they're gonna
They're gonna
adapt is they're just gonna
yeah.
make everything a stream. Again.
Yeah. I mean, I think like the way that people like consume content nowadays is so different from how they were doing it with like traditional media.
Mm.
And even then, the way that people consume media now is different from when people were just subscribing to like when Netflix and Hulu were coming out. Like nowadays, like I'll only have a subscription for something if I know that like they produce content that I really like.
Mm.
But outside of that, bro, most of the stuff that I consume is YouTube. Like, I'm more interested in the individual content creator than I am like the network that they're on, right? Like,
Right.
I'm like as much as I like Hulu because it has a bunch of anime on it,
Mm.
or Crunchyroll, or like those things are really nice, and it's nice that they produce stuff too, like Netflix originals, Amazon Prime originals, like The Boys. There's some really good shows out there, but I might be watching that shit maybe like once a week or twice a week, whereas I'll find myself watching an AMP video or watching one of their AMP members videos almost every day or every other day.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that's a big change. I feel like people are more interested in the individual creator than they are the network or even the particular show. I still think there's a lot of people who are into like individual shows, but dude, some of these streamers are making so much money, so many views, and it's like like the average Kai Cenat view probably has as many views or close to as many views as a show on Netflix has within a season. You know,
Right.
it's kind of crazy.
It is, dude. I think like the next generation celebrity are gonna be the streamers and the content creators. Like I mean, and you already see it. We've seen it in like smaller facets where like when Vine, I mean, it even started with Vine. Like when Vine exploded, you had people who were huge on Vine, like getting parts in TV shows and movies and
Yeah,
things like that. And you still see that, but it's not as like prolific. But I think at some point it's gonna be because again, the kids. This is where the kids' attention is at, right? Like the kids are on the streams, the kids are on YouTube, the kids are on the Instagram, and that's where they're getting their content. They're not watching TV like that, and so they don't give a damn about
yeah,
the movie stars. They don't give a damn about the television stars. They care about their streamers, their content creators, and so these companies have every incentive in the world to get these personalities in their productions.
yeah, dude. And I think it's like great for a couple of reasons. One of them being you're no longer like held to the standard of what Hollywood is looking for. You're just it's based off of your merit. Like there was a time when Hollywood had like this is the image that we want for a
Mm,
particular role or particular actors. Whereas now it's like, bro, you can look like however you look. You could be a black guy like Kai Cenat, or you could look like Sketch. And as long as people find you entertaining, you're gonna find a home. And then the other thing I think is really really nice is now like the content realm is no longer held up on what Hollywood executives want to pay or produce. An
mm,
individual content creator, given that they have enough money to do what they want to do,
right.
can produce anything. Like, I mean, a good example of Mr. Beast. And I don't know if you saw over the weekend. Like, I think this happened like July 3rd. Kai Cenat had Mr. Beast on his stream, and they
Oh
recreated
wow.
his room and blew it up with
Wow.
fireworks. And then they like pranked the internet. But like, both of these guys are wealthy. They spent over $100,000 on fireworks alone, and they were
Mm,
like, "Oh, dude, why don't we just chill for like 20 minutes? We stream the way that Kai Cenat usually streams, and then on top of that, they were like, we're gonna prank everybody who's watching. We're gonna they rebuilt his whole room on a set in the middle of like this like massive like clearing. They
mm,
hired firefighters and they just blew it up and they like pranked everybody. And it was insane.
mm.
And how many people would be like I can't think of any of these studios or Hollywood execs that'll be like, wait, you want to just chill with somebody for 30 minutes and spend close to like $1 million
Right.
on like a 30-minute stream where you guys shoot the shit for 20 minutes, you get into a
Right.
fake fight with one of your friends, and you blow up the whole set. Like,
Right.
no Hollywood exec is gonna be like, yeah, that sounds cool. Let's do that.
Exactly. But I think, I mean,
Yeah, I think it's cool.
now they're gonna be because it's gonna be where the money's at, and they're gonna have no choice.
I think it's gonna be pretty slow to adopt, honestly, because I think
Oh
the
yeah, no,
issue
it's
is,
it's gonna take at least like 10 years, if not more, before we
yeah,
get to that point.
because I feel like the issue with old school industries, like even though technology in Hollywood moves crazy rapid, right? Like they're always dropping new cameras, they're always upping the quality of filming. They're always able to build better sets. I think the difference is decisions come from the top down, not the down up. And the people who are executives in industries they're always older, so it's always going to
Hmm.
be like imagine like a 50-year-old or a 60-year-old who's a Hollywood executive. They've been in the industry for so long. They're not thinking. I mean, some of them probably are thinking about streams, right? Like that's how Mr. Beast got his show on Amazon Prime. They were like, oh, let's get the younger talent. But a lot of these executives, it's going to take a while for them to phase out and then get younger people who see the value in it that get phased into those positions. And I feel like that's when you're going to start to see a big shift in more traditional like media than you would right now.
Yeah, I think you're on the mark. I'm trying to get a thumbnail. Does this work, bro? Like, can y'all just let me use this?
What do you need the thumbnail for? For TikTok?
For YouTube. YouTube is like
Oh,
just shit with its thumbnail system. Like right now, the video I just uploaded has no thumbnail on it because dog. Like no
what do
one's
you mean it has
clicking on
no
a video
thumbnail?
that's just like it just doesn't. It's just a black screen, bro. It's actually the worst thing.
Yeah, dude. I listened to a Mr. Beast podcast. Like he was on somebody else's pod,
Mm.
and he was talking about how important it is to have a captivating thumbnail.
No, you absolutely need it. It's what draws people, right? It's like your opening sentence.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, it's the hook.
wait, what the?
Have you
Damn,
thought
I
about
forget how
have
to.
you thought about like have you thought about like paying somebody on Fiverr or like a freelancer to like Photoshop the thumbnails for you?
Nah, I'm not there yet. Also, I'm not spending more. I don't have the money to spend on that shit. Like, I think the like I can get good thumbnails just from the clips, or like good enough at least. Um, this fucking
Yeah, but I
like
mean,
what, dude? They won't let me do it.
I feel like a lot of the thumbnails that I see on YouTube now, they're
Oh
not
yeah,
screenshots
no, no, no.
from their video.
They are not. They
They're
are
all
not. But
like
I'm not there yet.
photoshopped,
I
like
don't have the
exaggerated.
resources for that.
Yeah, but I mean, you might be able to find somebody on Fiverr where you pay like $15 or like $20 for a thumbnail, and then it might drive more traffic to the video.
This is certainly true. Um,
The thing that's tough is when you're starting from like nothing. It's hard to have the money to um to put into things, but I feel like it's an investment, right? Like if you find somebody who you can pay 15-20 bucks to make you a good thumbnail and it drives way more engagement because of that. Like the 20 bucks that you spent saves you the time that you have for doing other things. You don't have to focus on photoshopping a good thumbnail, and it'll drive more views to your videos.
right.
It might be worth it to just check it out. Like if you set aside $100 and you make 10 videos, and out of that $100, let's say it costs $20 to do a Photoshop, and you make 10 videos, you can do 5 of those videos where you pay somebody out of that $100 to make those like 5 thumbnails, and then you make 5 thumbnails and just see the difference in views.
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, I know you got $100. Like you're not a brokey.
Nah, fuck that noise, bro. All right, I'm done with this video. I'm about to actually stream. Nah, yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I just feel like I'm just not there yet.
Yeah, but I mean,
Um,
whenever you get a free $100 that you just have showing, I think it'd be something that'd be interesting to test out.
for sure. Also, I'm pretty certain that I can create some sort of thumbnail template and just plug and play. Once I have desire to do.
Yeah.
Or
How
maybe
many
not.
hours
I'm
a
not
week are
sure.
you? How
I
many hours a week
haven't.
are you putting into this right now?
I haven't. I haven't thought about it much. Because it doesn't really feel like work. This is fun. So I'm
Yeah.
not really
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
oh, like I'm spending all this time doing this. Like I'm like I'm
No, I'm not. I'm not.
edit.
I'm not asking you in that sense because it feels like work. I'm asking in the sense where it's like if you know how much time you spend on different things, where can you like find free time by like allocating that responsibility onto someone else, right? Like if it takes you like an hour a day to edit a video and you're spending like 4 hours a day streaming, if that's the case, right? Like it's 5 hours a day total work. But
Mm,
if you realize like, oh shit, man, I can find somebody to edit this 1 hour I get free now, I can allocate that back towards streaming if that's going to be the solution to having a little bit more bread and butter. Like
mm,
I think regardless of whether or not something is super fun, knowing how much time you spend on individual tasks and then allocating like where your resources will be better spent is important.
I agree.
Like for me personally, I clean my house pretty often. I'll and I have like a schedule for it. Like I'll do my kitchen every Tuesday. I'll do my living room every Wednesday. And it's like, well, if I break it down and I'm like, yo, I'm spending 45 minutes Tuesdays and Wednesdays cleaning my kitchen and then my living room. That's an hour and 15 minutes. What would be better? Do I like pay somebody to do it instead, or do I just keep doing it because it's it's not hard work, or it's not something that I necessarily hate to do. I like cleaning my kitchen and living room, but is it like does it serve me in the long run if I can get rid of this one responsibility and put it onto something else?
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, like
Yeah, go on.
when I was filming with Pharaoh, things moved so much faster because I wasn't trying to like reposition the camera every minute. I wasn't like having to set up different angles for shots because I could just be like, all right, cool, this is what we're doing next. And while I'm looking at the recipe and I'm looking at what I'm going to be like cutting up next or like what needs to be sauteed or put in the oven, Pharaoh's the one that's like, all right, cool, let me move the camera to this angle. Like it just cuts down on time and it just makes you more efficient.
Right.
I
Yeah,
think it's
nah, I
something
mean,
that's worth thinking about.
I'm not disagreeing. Like I said, I just don't think I'm there yet.
Yeah, I mean, but what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter if you feel like you're there or not. I think it's something that's worth tracking so that you have that information by the time that you're in a position where you can make those changes. It's already
Hmm.
there. You already know which ones to allocate.
Right. All right. I'm
Yeah, just
uh
just a thought.
yeah. John never got back to me. All right. Let's see. What game do we want? Hold on.
Dude,
let me do
I like
some.
John. I
Yeah,
didn't
John's
I didn't
cool, dude.
I didn't
Cool
know you
people.
had other homies that I would. Yeah, I didn't know you had other homies that are cool. I thought it was just me.
I know, dude.
Nah, he's a cool dude and he's a pretty smart guy.
Yeah, John's cool. I haven't
You guys went to
talked to him
college
in a
together? You guys
bit.
were roommates?
Yeah, we were.
Oh,
We we were roommates. I think, like you said, like sophomore year, junior year, and senior year. Um,
oh, nice.
yeah. Um, dude, did this shit upload or? Oh fuck, Instagram. Fucking. Oh no,
What?
my video didn't upload. Damn you, Mister. Hold on. But yeah, nah, John's cool. I haven't talked to him in a bit, but it was nice to catch up with him. I
Yeah, I
I'm
think maybe.
surprised you guys got along so well.
Why did you think that we wouldn't?
No, I just never thought about it. That's why.
Yeah, it was like a crossover episode. It's like
Mhm.
when like regular show and like, or I guess a better one is like Simpsons and Futurama. You know what I mean? Like you're like, oh
Mhm.
shit, I didn't realize these two shows go so well together.
Mhm. Futurama was a banger of a show, dude.
Oh, dude, so underrated. It was such a good show.
I watched the shit out of Futurama. I think like at some point it got canceled and then they remade it on Comedy Central and then like I guess it actually finished. But good times.
Yeah, it did
for
finish.
sure.
Spoiler alert, but it ended up with uh Phil and Leela like going forward in time and aging as they do that, and they're like holding hands.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phil was always trying to get some of that Leela.
Dude,
Happy-
you know, you
I'm
gotta
happy
be
he
kind
finally
of
did.
you gotta be crazy thick to have one eye and still have dudes hunting after you.
Here we go, chat. It begins. Oh. No, man. I mean, Leela's character wasn't like the most seductive cartoon character I've ever seen.
Oh, dude, the most seductive cartoon characters go to first of all, Dexter's mom. Yeah, that shit had me looking at Open Up a Laboratory too, bro. Dexter's mom was thick.
Yeah,
And
they had
then-
no business doing that.
No, and then any Pixar mom. There's never been a Pixar mom that wasn't fucking caked up.
Mm,
Who do you think was the hottest animated character?
I don't know. What's her name? Shiva, I think, from the movie Road to El Dorado. Whatever the name is of that character, it was definitely her.
Oh, I don't think I know that one.
Bro, why is this?
I think for me, it has to either be Dexter's mom or Miss Incredible.
Mm.
Dude, Miss Incredible, that shit would hit different. Also, random question for you.
Yeah.
So, you know how Mrs. Incredible, her power is to be like, she's Elastigirl, right? Like, she could just like expand and flex in like any direction, right?
Mm.
Do you think when she was giving birth to her kids that she just like expanded everything and then like, the
Actually,
doctor could
that's
just
a
like
great question. That's a
walk
great
in
question.
and grab them?
That's a great
Right? Because
question.
like that would make birth so easy.
That probably wasn't too tough for her. Now that I think about it, if she can just like, I mean, can she only stretch voluntary muscles, or does her power allow all her muscles to be voluntary muscles? And if that's the case, then yeah, she might have just like popped them out. Like, hey, there you go. Like,
Yeah, but I mean, well, so I don't think it matters whether or not she can only control voluntary or involuntary muscle movement, because you can see her do things like she turns her body into like a parachute to slow like her descent, right? Like, even if she didn't have the power to, you know, just like open up the coochie walls like that, like crazy, the doctors could just, you know, like pull it apart.
Wait,
and then,
can you stretch her without her wanting to be? I mean, I guess if she wants to be stretched, then you can just like. Yeah, I'm not really sure how her powers work. I don't know, cause like if she's like Mr. Elastic, he can like shapeshift, like he can just do all kinds of stuff, man. Like every muscle of his is voluntary.
Super Earth.
Can you hear me? Why can't I hear you?
Home.
Oh right.
Prosperity.
Hold on, Dario. Hold on.
Liberty.
Discord is doing the thing again where it shits the bed.
Democracy. Our way of life.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
But
Bro,
freedom
Instagram
doesn't
won't
come
post
from
my clip, bro. It's so annoying.
Do you chop up your your gaming videos into clips and just upload that
Yeah, pretty much.
onto Instagram?
Pretty much.
Nice. How long does it usually take you to edit a video for clips?
Like an hour.
That's not bad.
It's not bad. So what I do is so you can set up your the platform I use is called Streamlabs, and you can set that up so that when it's recording, it records in like 10-minute segments. So the clips I get are only 10 minutes long, and then that makes it easier to edit. But the ones that I like, the 9x16 ones, like the portrait mobile ones, I have to kind of like stop myself, which is kind of annoying sometimes, to make sure it's like not a super long clip. But even if it is a super long clip, like I usually have an idea of like what is in the clip, so I can just like cut out things like right away. Like I like treat it like the writing process. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess finding that is also a pain in the ass because you have to go through like an hour-long stream, find the things that you're like, yeah, that's where the clip is. This is where it starts. This is where it ends.
No, because like it's not like I'm really just like looking for exciting moments in the stream, and like it's basically like a compilation of whatever that stream is, like cool moments in the stream that tells some kind of loose kind of story. And so I'm not looking for like a specific thing that happened, like and again, I have a very clear memory of what happened in the stream. Like for example, the Fallout clip, I was like, okay, like I played the game, like I know what I did, and once you like scrub through for a second, you can see where that shows up. So like you can cut out like 10 minutes like that, and just like and because I treat it like the writing process, like I go through first and I cut out the big chunks that I know are kind of useless to what I'm trying to do, and then that shrinks like a 30-minute video down to like a 10-minute video, and then I go in that and I do the same thing again. Then that 10-minute goes down to 5, and then like the closer I get down to the actual clip time, then it starts to take longer. But initially, it's very quick.
Gotcha. And how often from like you having a stream to you editing it and chopping it up for those clips? Like, is it like the very next day, or like
so
a couple
I like try to do the very next day. I think what would probably make the most sense in terms of a process is I think I'm gonna start like capping my streams to a certain like time, where it's like maybe I only do like an hour and a half or an hour, and then I'll use like that like next 30 minutes to like edit and post. But so far I've been doing it like the next day. And the goal is to stream every day and post a video every day. I'm gonna be gone for a week, so I have to make like 5 clips to post while I'm gone.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna be in Dallas for MLB weekend.
Oh, dude, that sounds so fun.
Yeah, I'm not a big baseball guy, but it's fun just to like do things.
Yeah, who is a baseball guy? I've never
hey, bro, there are a lot of baseball guys.
Like, yeah, but have you ever met somebody in your life that's like, yo, bro, I fucking love watching baseball. Like,
yeah,
I'm not going to the games. No. I think there's a difference between going to the games and actually like watching it on TV.
I've met people who watch it on TV, bro.
That's
it ain't
crazy.
Me, but I know they're out there.
I think baseball might be the second most boring sport to watch on TV.
What's the first? Don't say soccer.
Golf.
Fair.
Yeah, soccer's up there though. I'm not a big fan of soccer, but I don't think it's nearly as boring as baseball or golf. But I will say this: even though I put baseball at second place for one of the most boring sports popular sports to watch, it's like the Richter scale. Like number 1 is exponentially worse than number 2. You know. Like, I think golf is 10 times worse to watch than baseball is.
You're here.
I can at least appreciate a couple of baseball highlights. I'll see some baseball highlights on TikTok. I'll be like, yo, that's crazy. but then you gotta watch 9 innings of boring ass shit in between it.
Baseball games are fun in person. Like, cause you just
they're
get
awesome.
drunk and you like
Yeah.
make fun of random shit going on.
Dude, when you got us those free tickets to the I almost said the Celtics, the Red Sox game, we had not the best seats, but we had a blast. It was awesome just being there in the stadium. Everyone's
Yeah, it's
going
always a
crazy
good time.
dumb shit. Yeah, it's a fun thing to do. I think the appeal of going to a baseball game is like different than the appeal to going to like a football game or like a fight. Like a football game or a fight, you're paying attention the whole time. You're like, yo, what's gonna happen next? With baseball, you're like, let's go grab a couple of drinks, come back to our seat, start chopping it up with random people. You're like just conversating. I've never, out of all the baseball games I've ever gone to, I've never actually paid attention to it. I couldn't tell you like what the score was, who's playing, like.
So
how
I've like
the
been
game
to
is.
enough now that I started paying attention, but I was definitely the same way. Like the first couple I went to, I would never really pay attention to what's going on.
I just think there's better live sport. I think baseball is a great live sport to check out if you just want to vibe. And then if you're actually really interested in this, like what's going on, basketball, football, MMA, those are some of the most exciting sports to go watch.
I think I would really enjoy going to a live UFC fight if we had like great seats. I mean, I guess you can say that for anything, but I feel like being able to like be like 10 foot away from the action would be insane at a UFC event.
So I actually disagree. I've gone to a bunch of fights. The best seat in the house is the seat where you get to see the teleprompter or the screen. The issue with fights is, especially like MMA fights, is cage gets in the way and it blocks your view. And when things are happening on the other side of the cage, because like you've been to my fights, those are very small, right? Like
Right.
working like I think most people I've had in my fights is like 150. Like they're very small. But there are times in the fight where you can't see what's going on directly because either the post is in the way or the ref gets in the way. And it's not the ref's fault. Like they're trying to control the action and make sure no one gets hurt. But with those bigger events, there's thousands of people. The best seats in the house are the ones where you get to see the teleprompter really well and be able to see what's going on inside the cage without having to view it through it. Because the teleprompter is always going to talk to the best angle. If the action's going on and the ref is in the way from your perspective, or even from the camera's perspective, they'll switch to a different camera angle and you get to see best shot of the action. Yeah.
For whatever reason,
It's
the
so weird
audio
'cause-
is not very consistent right now. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because I'm playing a game.
Yeah, I mean, can you hear me all right? You're talking up for me.
I can't hear you too great. Like you're cutting out.
No, I think it's you, bro, because my Wi-Fi right now is impeccable.
Bro,
I'm
it's
sitting
probably
right
me.
next to the router.
It's probably me. My Wi-Fi's dog.
You sound way better right now.
I gotta turn the sound down on mine. Ooh. Can you hear me?
You sound good right now. Yeah, you sound clear as hell.
Alright. Bro, these guys got us fighting the robots, bro. Bunch of masochists.
But yeah, I think there are some sports that'll be amazing to sit courtside on. Like I got really good courtside seats once for a Celtics game. Shit was awesome. But I think other sports like MMA, tough. I think football is also really tough to have courtside seats on because you're looking at 100 yards
Right.
and there's like 20 people on the field all at once. Like there's just too much going on, and sometimes it's so far away from where you're at that even if you're really close to the field, it's difficult to see unless you're like dead center, like on the 50-yard line where you have 50 yards to your left, 50 yards to your right. If you're at the touchdown zone of another, like all the way at the end, when the opposite team is on the opposite side and like they're doing a kickoff and everything lands on the other side of the 50-yard line, it's so hard to see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, like, I mean, even when you're, like, playing a football game, you're on the sidelines watching your team, like, you can't really always see what's going on.
Yeah. I think one sport that I would never want to sit close to, like, where the action is one of those, like, Formula One races or a NASCAR race. I'm not trying to sit
when those
right
cars
next to
go
where
by,
these-
you like the entire earth shakes, bro. Apparently it's
Yeah,
wild.
dude, they're going crazy fast.
Yeah.
And, like, let's be real. Sometimes, especially with NASCAR, they're doing, like, 100 or 200 laps? That shit's boring after a little bit. And, like, everyone's there to go see a crash or some dumb shit happen. I'm not trying to be as close as possible to where the danger is. Like, I'm cool with being all the way in the back, just watching them take laps around the thing, you know?
Mm.
What would be one sport where if you, like, money wasn't an issue and you got to have the best seat in the house, whether it's, like, the box at the top or
I would
like,
want courtside
right courtside.
basketball seats.
Yeah, courtside basketball I think would probably be the best.
That shit would be tough.
So
Courtside
let me tell you the
basketball
story
would be
about
hard.
let me tell you about the story of how I got courtside seats. When I was working
Courtside basketball
at,
seats?
yeah.
No way.
Yeah, I went with Zoya, my ex-girlfriend.
Right.
So the caveat of the story is I actually did not get courtside seats. The company that I was working at, they were doing like a raffle, and like it was like because I was working in a support role, and it's like, all right, one of these tickets, if you win, one of these tickets, if you pick up this ticket and solve the problem, you're gonna get tickets to the next Celtics game. Lo and behold, your boy's the luckiest nigga at that company because I got it and I solved the issue. So I was like, oh, word, hell yeah. So I got tickets. And dude, I'm not usually the biggest brain person on the planet, but this time I actually had a big brain idea. I was at the event and we're looking at all the seats that are courtside, and I wasn't sitting like actually on the floor, but we sat right behind the basket for the game, and we were probably maybe like 15 or 20 feet away. Like it was so close that I was making eye contact with the players. Like we're very, very close. So I got the tickets, pulled up to the game, and dude, I don't know how I came up with this idea. Big brain. I just pulled up SeatGeek and I looked at what tickets were available, and we just sat at those seats because no one claimed them. They're available online.
Right. Oh shit, that's mad smart.
I felt
that's a
like
hack.
a genius.
That's a hack.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is, at first I was mad nervous. But
Right,
we got there
naturally.
early enough. Yeah, and we got there early enough before the game started that security was a little bit more lax because there wasn't too many people there yet. So we got there, we sat down, and the entire section next to us filled up. And but eventually someone's going to come over and tell us that these are their seats. No one ever came.
That's
Yeah,
clutch.
because all the other seats were booked up, but I found the two seats that were behind the bucket that was probably like 15 feet away, and we just sat there. Every other seat got was
Like-
booked up, so people sat there.
Yeah, people don't usually love the seats that are like right under the hoop, because you know the hoop is in obstruction. But still, like I'll fucking take it.
Yeah, dude, it was really, really close, and I was nervous as hell. But the nice thing about it is, once I was already sitting there and the sections filled up and like the stadium filled up, if I had to leave to go grab a drink or go to the bathroom, the security person that was already standing there saw me sitting there for mad long, so they never asked us to check our tickets to go
Right.
back there.
Right. They're like, oh yeah, that's just where they're
Yeah,
sitting.
I couldn't believe that it worked. And I've gone to I've gone to other Celtics games, and I haven't done it since. I've gone to a Celtics game with James, and I was like, yo, bro, we're sitting where we're staying. Like, I don't need that stress again. But the first time I did it, I was like, this is wild.
That's good stuff, man.
Yeah, hack for the chat. Download SeatGeek, Ticketmaster, and if you go to a live event, find the seats that are better than yours that are available and move to it. And walk with confidence. And if it's early enough, if it's late, it's oh, dude, that's 1,000% it. Because they check like once the stadium fills up, they get real serious about where people are sitting. They'll like check you as you walk into different sections. But if you get there early enough and you're sitting down there and people are more relaxed, like it is what it is. Like they don't care as much. You just walk in there. You're like, hey, how's it going? You walk by them. They're like, oh, these are one of the first people here. Like, but once the place gets packed, the security starts to get stressed out. They're gonna start, checking people's tickets more.
Right.
Yeah. So a little tidbit for you guys.
Get the hacks right here. Right here on Slice Game is the only place you can get them. Why is everyone trying to do the robots, bro? I fucking hate doing the robots. Damn it, man. Oh, see, this is why. This is why I hate doing the robots. Yo, Daher, when do you think you're gonna get a PC?
Dude, I need better Wi-Fi. I have 10 megabytes right now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, same. I also have 10 megabytes. So sad.
Yeah, but the difference is, for you, it's because where your room is located. For me, the internet company cannot provide me with anything more than just the 10 megabytes, and I have fought for these 10 megabytes. Did I never tell you the story about why my internet is so shitty?
No, not really. I don't think so.
All right. Well, for context for the people who are listening, I live in Mexico City, and no matter where you usually live, internet companies act like cartels. I don't know what kind of steroids this internet cartel is taking, but these guys are above and beyond. My building is a fiber optic cable building. It's great if you have a connection, because fiber optics is always going to be better than an Ethernet port. The issue is there's 46 units in my my building, or I think 42, and every single terminal that you can use to pull internet from the fiber optic cables is being used. Somebody in this building, or maybe a couple of people in this building, have multiple different networks, and they're using up my terminal. They came to my apartment and they're like, sorry, bro, there's nothing we can do. Everything is all used up. And I was like, well, bro, I can't, there's no other internet provider that provides for this area. It's just you guys. I need more than this. And for months, I'm not even exaggerating, months, I didn't have internet here. Bro, I would go to sleep reading a book. And I don't even have books here. I was like reading like a cookbook that I had. I was like, oh, this is a good recipe.
This man is reading books in Spanish, doesn't even speak Spanish.
Yeah, dude. I was so bored. And the issue is the company doesn't have a vested interest to redo the terminals to provide for more ports for the people that live here. So after months of fighting with them, they were like, all right, fine. We're going to run a copper cable from across the street into another building that has a port available just so that you can get internet. And the worst part about it is I have to pay for what I want, not what I get. Typically, if I'm getting 10 megabytes, I'm paying dog cheap internet.
Right.
But the way that it works here, they're like, yo, if you want internet, you have to pay us for what you expect to get. And if there is an availability, you're on a list for that. So the moment that there's an availability and there's nobody ahead of me on that list, we can install what you are paying for. What kind of logic is this, bro?
That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah, and there's nothing I can do about it, bro. There's absolutely nothing I can do about it because they're the only internet provider on this in this area that I'm living in. And the worst part about it is when I'm in my kitchen and I look to I don't know what direction it is. It's probably like the east. If I'm looking at my kitchen, I can see across the street there's a distribution center for their competition. But because I'm on one street over, they don't support this area. Like I'm at the cutoff line. Literally one street over to my right, internet from a different provider. One street to the left, I get this shitty provider. And their distribution center is right there. I see their cars, they're all branded. Like it's like living across the street from a Comcast office, but you can't get Comcast because you're on the wrong street. It's tough. Dude, and the worst part about it is, I've had maybe like 4 different contractors come to my apartment. One of the contractors was the man, bro. This guy, so every floor in the apartment has its own designated terminal. All the terminals are occupied. This one guy went to every single floor and looked for the terminal, like if there was an available terminal, and there was nothing.
Oh, that's tough.
Dude was the man. Because every other person that I had that came through, one of them was just like, you know what? Nah, I don't think we can do this. Didn't give us an explanation or anything. The next one, I wasn't here for this. Shanti has a spare key to my apartment, and he let them in while I was in Boston. And he was like, yo, these guys came through. They barely did any work. They just left. They were there for like 15 minutes. And in my mind, I was like, yo, these guys are just like, these guys are just like not interested in doing and putting in the work. The next dude that pulled up, he was the one that went hard. Went to every single floor. Me, him, and Shanti walked on every floor of the building to find a terminal. And he's the first one that was like, yo, the reason why that this isn't going to work out is because there's no available terminal ports. Everybody else who came went to the first floor. I live on the first floor. They went to the first floor, second floor, third floor. They're like, all right, fuck this. He went to every single floor. He went to 13
How many floors are there? Oh, 13.
And was like, yeah, bro, 13. And he took the stairs.
Oh, damn.
He went up every single floor. Dude was the man. So
this man is where the hard-working Mexican stereotype came from.
Yeah, dude. This dude really put in that effort.
Put in that pain for you.
Yeah. So we end up calling them, and we're like, yo, like the guy who came here said that there's no available terminal ports. They're like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's new. He probably made some mistakes. We're gonna go send somebody that's experienced for you. I was like, yo, all right, man, don't disrespect my boy. He's the only one that put in work. But
He's the only one who put in the
next day, the next day, another dude pulled up, and he's first of all, he's supposed to pull up at my place on Monday. Doesn't show up until Wednesday. I'm on my way to the office, and because I don't speak Spanish that well, I give them Shanti's phone number. So Monday rolls around, I'm like, yo, no one showed up. Tuesday rolled around, no one showed up. I'm like, fuck it, all right, I'm gonna go to the office. I'm walking to the office. Shanti calls me. He's like, yo, the company's outside your house. He's like, why? He's like, yeah, they're coming to install the internet. I was like, bro, they're 2 days late. Like, all right, so I have to run back, let this dude in, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna go look into this. I guess he does the same thing because he's gone for a while. He comes back and he's like, yo, I gotta go look into some more stuff. I'll see you in a little bit. I'll be right back. Just don't go anywhere. Dude went missing for 4 hours.
That's crazy.
4 hours. I have no idea where he went. Went to go pick up his kids, grab lunch with his wife. Like, dude went on and had a good day. I went to text my I went to text my landlord. I was like, yo, because the internet is under his name. I was like, yo, bro, like, is he coming back? Like, what's going on here? And then my landlord's at work, so he didn't reply. 4 hours later, he pulls back up. I let him into my house, and he's like, hey, yeah, the best we can do is we can give you 10 megabytes. I can run it across the street. And then that's when me and him had that conversation. So he goes to install this. After like 20, 30 minutes, he's back, and he's like putting in the router and stuff. And he's like, hey, can I use your bathroom? I assume that he's just gonna go take a piss. Dude takes the biggest shit in my bathroom, leaves doo-doo stains on there, and then just like walks out like nothing happened. He's like, all right, yo, you got 10 megabytes. Every 15 days, call this phone number. Hopefully we can hook you up. I'll see you later.
That's wild.
It's been 3 months. Yeah, bro.
Wait, so right now are you paying for like more than 10? Because if so, I'll just change that package to 10 if you can only feasibly get 10, right?
The issue is, so yes, I'm paying more than 10. If I was to get 10 megabytes, it'd be dirt cheap. But right now it runs about like 30 to 40 bucks a month. So it's not crazy expensive. But the issue is I'm on a queue. The moment a port opens up, I'm basically paying for like me to get 100 megabytes. So it's 10 times the amount of internet, but there's nothing available for me for that. So they're like, yo, bro, if you pay us for 20 megabytes, right? Or if I pay for 10, the moment a fiber optic cable opens up, they'll come here and only install for the 10.
Yeah, that's dumb.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And the issue is there's nobody else that I can work with. They have a monopoly on the entire this portion of my neighborhood. It's
Hey, shout out capitalism, love that.
And you took a shit in my bathroom.
Oh,
Yo, John, what's good, bro?
hold on, I can't hear you. Hold on. How the fuck do I mute? Alright, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear
Yo,
you.
what's good, John? I can hear you.
Motherfuckers.
What up, baby?
How you guys doing?
Doing good, bro. How are you?
Pretty good. Just doing some work, getting some work done. How's the Helldivers today? Is it treating you good, George?
Nah, these bozos are doing the fucking robots. I hate doing the robots because they just shoot at you like crazy. It's a war zone here. It's actual hell. It's worse than the bugs. I hate it. But yeah, it's fun. It's good content.
Well, I was like, when that big like Helldivers thing happened on TikTok, and it was like everybody was kind of sucking Helldivers off a little bit. They were talking about how there's like this other part of the world that is really hard to get. Do you kind of know what I'm talking about?
Oh, fuck.
So pretend like we got like USA, like pretend like in Helldivers there's the equivalent to like USA. There's like apparently like a Europe, like you go over there and that's where all the monsters are. Have they made any progress getting that?
Yeah,
Figured
I
out
mean,
and all that?
I don't know anything about that. That sounds like some nonsense to me. But there is a thing where like, so there are two types of enemies that you fight. You can either fight the bugs or you can fight the robots. The bugs, in my opinion, are more fun because they are less of a headache. The robots are a lot.
You said bugs are more fun?
Yeah, the bugs are more fun to me. 'Cause, bro, like
Yeah,
the robots shoot back at you. That shit's like too much, bro. There's like millions of them.
So wait, what do the bugs do? They just kind of sit there and take it?
No.
The strokes?
The bugs swarm you, and they also shoot at you too. But they have like breath attacks. They'll like throw up on you and things like that, and like they swarm you.
Oh
but
shit, they got some stink ass breath.
yeah.
They just shoot
But
that.
like the robots like shoot laser guns at you and like missiles and like mortars and bombs. It's like this is a lot.
Oh goddamn. Yeah, bro, that's a fire ass game. Yo, I've been listening for a little bit, and bro, wait, Dahar was your name, right?
Yeah.
Bro, you're onto something. Like that business advice you're giving him.
What
I was
business
sitting
advice?
there, and I was about how so he was mentioning how
With the
you gotta
thumbnails.
kind of you gotta kind of view your time as like money. Like
John, you been here this whole time?
Like, no, I listened like a while back because I was working. I was trying to get some work done, and I couldn't focus on both at the same time. And I was like, yo, I'm definitely gonna slide in a little bit. But I was like pointing my finger, like this motherfucker's onto something, bro. Literally, do you run like a business or something? Because you talk like that's how businessmen think. Like as a business owner, this is how we think. Like time is kind of your money.
Nah, I'm just an idiot that knows a few things.
You did a bunch of like deep dives on like TikTok and YouTube, and you're just like one of those dudes that just kind of knows shit, like random facts and stuff.
Well, I've been working in startups for the last like 2.5, 3 years. So it's something that that me and like my CEOs or founders have to consider. And in my current day job, it's something that we bring up a lot. Like, which customers are the ones that are going to give us the most return? Which ones are the ones that give us money, but they're a lot less? Like, who do we put our our effort towards. So it's just stuff that I've learned from working in startups for the last couple of years.
Yeah, bro, because the key is, I mean, you get to a certain point, of course, like in the beginning, like business is all about like investing that upfront capital. You know, you got your seed money, startup money, but then it gets to a point, it's pretty, like, this is the part I love about it, where your time is actually more important. So you have to view, like, if you view your time as in, okay, my time based on how much money I'm making per week, like, let's say you make like $1,000 a week and you work only 10 hours, like, therefore your time would be $100 per hour. So you have to think about, is clipping and stuff like that, is that worth the $100, or is it enough to put it into something else, because my ROI on my time is going to be better off creating the content that could possibly blow up. Like,
and I also think it's effort to reward ratio as well. Like, there's going to be some things where you have to put in so much forward effort in, but you know down the line it's going to be worth it. And it's important to recognize which one of those activities are that, and which ones are busy work, and it'll be better to find somebody who can put in that time and effort that you don't want to, that you can't afford. Because, like, even though, like, some things will give you less money up front or even less money over time, but if it's important and it's something that is going to help you grow and it's a slow burn, it might be worth focusing on that and hiring out for the things that aren't as time to, like, as important as the slow burn.
that's literally what I was just about to say, bro. Like, okay, I mean, even think about in George's situation, right? He's just starting out. All it takes is like one video to go viral, and then you get up to 1,000 followers, and then you get another viral video, maybe like a month or so later, then you get to like 10,000. All it takes is that one kind of video to go viral. So I feel like the ROI on getting as many clips up as you can, as fast as possible, and just focusing on creating content, that's where like the real reward is at. Because right now, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of ROI because, you know, he's just starting out. But I feel like if you really start getting some traction, momentum there, then, I mean, it's more apparent. But right now, it's literally like, you got to kind of pretend like it's there, but it is there.
I agree, and I think
I hate the bugs, bro.
Yeah, I agree with you, John. I think you got to look at it as an investment, and I think the best way to grow online is with clips. Like, people are gonna see your clip and spend 10 to 30 seconds watching that small clip, and if they see like 4, 5, 7 clips and they really like it, then they're invested in watching maybe a full hour of what you're doing. But if you don't have that clip output, it's very difficult to find the people who are going to be like, I fuck with this 10 seconds. I really like it, but you know, you won't get that if you don't have those sound bites and those clips.
And I was hearing the part about how he's like, I'm not there yet, which completely understandable. So honestly, bro, like, we're in an era where AI is just so incredible, and it's like literally changing customer service industry. It's changing how we do like messaging and like typing emails and stuff like that. It's changing. Obviously, kids are doing like their essays and stuff like that with AI. There are clippers who are making like 20K a month, 30K a month, like clipping up like Kai Cenat, Neon, Aiden Ross, like all those guys, and they're using actual AI that takes, okay, I mean, even if you don't even know who those people are, right? You take like a podcast, they'll do the same thing. The AI will go ahead and clip up, it'll read what the people are saying, it'll like read the words and make a transcript and all that stuff, and take the parts that are like complete like thoughts. Like, I'm about to go on this thought right now. Once I finish speaking, it'll recognize that I finished speaking, and it'll clip it up into like 30 different clips, make the thumbnails for you, and then you can do what you want with them. But bro, like, you're lucky that this stuff exists right now, because you could literally skip the whole Fiverr thing if you don't have the capital to start that. And
well, yeah, I mean, that's why I'm excited about like starting now is because all those resources are out there. I mean, even right now, like the like my captions are AI generated, and like I have to go in and do some like small edits here and there because sometimes it gets stuff wrong, but it saves me like tons of time.
So yeah, for example, like my business, I own a retail business, right? And you know, it's online. So basically, with descriptions and stuff like that, I used to sit there I mean, if you're creating like 10, 20, 30 listings over the course of a week or so, and you're typing up a different description for each one of those, it's going to take you a lot of time. But I've gone to the point where I just tell the AI what to do,
Right.
and it just kind of makes it for me, and it literally has saved me. I go from taking like 10 minutes to type up a description literally to about 20 seconds. So
Right.
it might be a little saving of time, but over time, I'm telling you, bro, that shit adds up. So don't sleep on the AI. They have a lot of apps
Nah,
and stuff
bro.
that you can.
I have
Look up.
GPT, all the Adobe software that I have comes with AI. I'm definitely utilizing.
Yeah, and the
it.
Adobe the Adobe AI is fucking sick, bro.
It's actually
That
so
thing
good.
goes hard. Yeah.
It-
Wait,
it's
John,
so
drop
good.
a plug. What's your retail business?
I could text you it, but as for the internet, I kind of keep it like private. But I could definitely send you it. If you want to add me into a group chat, George, I can put it in.
John is selling like big ass dildos, bro. Like shit is crazy.
Yo, literally, bro. Yo, 9 inches, fucking Coca-Cola can girth, bro. I'm telling you, that shit's
It's not
so.
Adam and Eve, it's Adam and Steve.
Nah, bro. Yo, I'm telling you, but your time, bro. Your time is. You don't get much of that shit. That's more important than the money, in my opinion. As like a business owner, and like really, it doesn't matter about how much money you spend as long as you're saving your time, because the money will come back as long as you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, I wanted to convince George to put that upfront investment in it, even if it costs you some money. If it's $100 a month, or $500 a month. If it's not something that you can feasibly do, it is what it is. But I think it's one of those things where it's like, if you put in that money now, especially at the beginning of your company, it'll 10x it more so than if you're already making a lot of money and then investing in that, right? Like if people already know who you are, they're already watching your clips, you paying to get somebody to clip your stuff isn't as valuable as when you're smaller and you need the clips to grow.
Listen, bro, you are so right. We could only tell them, but at the end of the day, you know. But
Bro, I'm putting out clips every day. What are you talking about?
no, he's talking about like paying somebody to do it.
I don't need to pay someone to do it. It doesn't take that much time. Like, if I wasn't doing this, I'd be fucking watching anime. Like, the fuck?
Sure. But
I mean,
no,
that's fair. My point isn't that you necessarily need to pay somebody to do it. You can always do it yourself. But my point is, if you do pay somebody to do it, then you can watch anime guilt-free, have more time to do that.
I don't want to spend my time watching anime. I'd rather spend my time editing the videos.
You can use that free time to create more content, right? Like if you're spending an hour a day or an hour of video to edit it, but now every time you do that, like you pay somebody to do it, you get a whole other hour back in your day where you can stream more.
That's fair.
You can play. But that's my point. That's what I'm trying to get at.
No,
Like,
I get what you're saying, because at the end of the day, what he's doing, the people who win in this shit, and like honestly, Mr. Beast he literally changed the game. Like he stopped viewing YouTube and making content and stuff like that as just like a hobby and a fun thing to do, but he viewed it more as like a business. And honestly, after he started doing that, it literally everybody kind of followed suit. And now you have like Neon, Aiden Ross, like Kai Cenat. They pay people hundreds of thousands of dollars to clip up their streams. Like literally, Neon was saying that he paid like $200K last month to clip up streams because they know the ROI is there in the long run if one goes viral.
Damn, I just got banned on TikTok for sexually explicit or sexually suggestive content. Dude, I don't even know how to turn on the like 18.
It was definitely my dildo.
yeah. Are you banned or do you have like a
I got suspended.
They'll
So,
let
like,
you get back. Come on,
yeah.
TikTok. They'll let you get back. You just can't do it again. You got like
I got
you got like quality points.
I got what's it called? Like do the thing to make my thing 18
appeal?
and no, like 18 and older. That's all I
That's
need.
fair.
I just didn't know how to find that setting. I mean,
Yo,
I didn't really
TikTok-
try.
TikTok's so
I know
fucking-
I know you brought up Neon. I think Neon is one of the worst streamers out there. Like he's like a brain cancer for people.
I agree, 100,000%. And I think that a lot of his views are botted. But
Yeah, 1,000%.
the fact, I mean, okay, when he says that he's paying Clippers, and if he's, he says like I pay this amount, he may be lying, but then again, like these Clippers pop up, and they're like, I'm a Clipper for Neon, and here's my TikTok revenue, and they like literally put a screenshot of their account swiping up like that, and
Yeah.
I just don't think that if he wasn't getting an ROI on what he's doing, he wouldn't be like pretend like you're like a business on Facebook and you're running Facebook ads. I can always tell who's doing really good on Facebook by if they've been running ads for a long time. They're probably doing pretty well because you wouldn't keep dumping money into it if you were like,
Fair.
fuck, like,
Yeah.
losing
I don't-
shit.
I don't doubt that he makes a lot of money. I think he makes a decent living off of what he does. I do think a lot of it is botted, and I think that his type of content is a net negative for the people that watch him. Like for George, for example, like if George wants to talk about politics or wants to talk about things that are going on in society, that's a great thing because even if you don't agree with him, it still forces you to evaluate your own beliefs and thoughts. Whereas
That's the whole
with
point.
someone like me, yeah, but with someone like Neon, it's like all you're doing is you're promoting like degeneracy or you're promoting like being a troll to make your living. Same way that what's that guy's name? John Doherty?
Oh, I
like-
fucking hate that guy, that piece of shit.
Yeah, like they go around harassing people.
Hate him.
They go around. Yeah, I think he's probably worse than Neon. And like he made a lot of money being an OF manager and like forcing people to
He's a money. Listen, I gotta respect the money getter because he definitely is that. But he's just like about it, like how he goes about it. Like if you're making a lot of money, you should be humble about it and you should be pretty cool about it. Not flexing your Lambos and your cars. Like it's fine to have those things, but to like throw them in people's faces is kind of corny to me.
No,
And that's
but the
that's
thing that
where
I
it falls
disagree with
into-
you with, is you shouldn't just be. I mean, if you make a lot of money, that's great, and I agree with you on don't flaunt it, right? Like, be humble about it. But I think just as important as how much money you make is how you make it. Like, it's one thing to be somebody who's a millionaire, but you made that money taking advantage of people, versus being somebody who's a millionaire and they actually provided some sort of value for people. I would much rather have 1 mil and be happy with that if it meant that the people that I provided that value to are happy than making like 3, 4, 5 mil and taking advantage of people and forcing them to do things. I mean, he's not twisting anybody's arm to make them be an OF model, but you're not making your money off of something that's like
It's kind of a
value.
it's kind of a degenerate. I get what you're saying because it's kind of a degenerate practice. I kind of view him as like a owner of like a porn company because that before OF there's like literally guys who, I mean the people. I'm sorry, George. The people who own the P companies.
The porn.
The corn.
Don't worry,
corn
I'm like banned on TikTok right now, so it doesn't matter anyway.
Fuck it. The people who own the corn companies, they're taking advantage. And there's like I've watched so many, what's it called? Like so many interviews of these corn stars who kind of come out they literally were paid like actually nothing, while the guy at the top kind of took all the money. So this has been going on for a long time. And I know this dude, of course, is not right. He just kind of saw like an opportunity and took it. And
Yeah, but the issue with that I have is just because it wasn't right back then, and maybe the exchange value was a little bit better. If the old corn stars were making like 15%, and then now they're making like 30, I mean, great for them. You doubled it, but it doesn't mean that you're still not in the right for promoting something that actively like
hurts men, like literally, like
yeah.
people's lives. Yeah, it's like promoting gambling. It's kind of like all you do is like
No,
make
that's like
more
all
people-
of that's like all of Kick, bro. It's like all of
Yeah,
Kick.
Kick.
Yeah.
facts.
One of the tough things I feel like is you only have morals until a certain amount comes your way, right? Like I might feel this way because I make whatever I make right now, but if someone draws a check for me and they're like, "Yo, $10 million whenever you stream for the next 2 months, you promote our gambling company," my views might change. I think it's very difficult to
Darhe's like,
be in his shoes.
I'll sell out. I don't give a fuck.
He's like, throw that money my way, motherfucker.
Darhe's like, I want y'all to know right now, if you're looking for someone to sell out, I'm your guy.
Yeah.
Yo, honestly, bro, think about, put yourself in the situation of how tough it'll be if they come out to you. Okay, picture you're like one of these Kick streamers. If like State comes out to you and they say, hey, every stream you do, as long as you're getting like 5 hours, you're getting 5 hours in 5 days a week, but 1 hour of all your streams, you have to be gambling, and we'll pay you like $4,000 to $5,000 per day. Are you taking that shit?
I'm not taking it.
That's tough.
It's a tough decision. That shit is,
You know my answer.
Yeah, you just told us your answer.
So what I think is difficult is it depends on the position that you're starting off in. If I already have like money in the bank where this isn't something that's gonna like even if it's like gonna make a big change of my lifestyle, I know the way that I would view it is like, well, shit.
Welcome to our moral philosophy class, chat.
Like if
when John comes in, it's literally like we talk about the most random shit, bro.
Nah, bro, it's
Let's
moral
go.
philosophy.
ADD podcast.
ADD podcast, that's good stuff.
Yeah, but what I was saying was, is like if you have $1 million in the bank and you know that you're gonna get $3 million from this deal, how much more is that money gonna change for you versus somebody who's maybe making like $50,000 a year and they can get up to $1 million? And I think it's difficult because a lot of these streamers are young. This is like life-changing amounts when you're like 19, 20, 21.
For sure.
But as an adult, I'm 29. I can recognize that if I have $1 million in the bank, $3 million, even though it's a lot more than just $1 million, to me, it's not going to be drastically as a drastic change to my lifestyle as somebody who is making $50K a year and they get offered $1 million. So I think like you got to look at it from like where you're at and where it can get you.
Yeah, honestly, like I completely agree. I'm basically playing devil's advocate because I in no way would ever touch that OnlyFans shit because it was like it's an opportunity, and I actually know somebody. I'm not gonna name drop, but I know somebody who went to my high school and literally makes so much fucking money doing that shit.
Yeah.
But I just think,
text me
like,
the tag. If she's making that much money, it must be great content. Text me the tag.
I could send you like literally his account, bro. He literally is
Oh, me? Alright, never mind, bro. Never
has
mind.
like fucking Lambos and shit, and it's actually insane. But your conscience, bro, would not say. My conscience personally, I won't be able to sleep at night doing that shit. Promoting
I
sex
agree,
work, like I don't know, promoting gambling, sex work, none of that shit. But hey, not everybody's me.
Hey,
So,
just so you
at the
know,
end of
we
the day-
don't shame sex work on Slice My Life Gaming. I personally do not shame sex work. Let people do what they want.
sure.
Now, misogyny, 100%. Sex work, it's alright. Let people do what they want.
Yeah, for me, I think I definitely have a scale for these things. Like to me, I can never be an OF manager because I cannot in good conscience look at somebody who's like I want to change my life, and then I put them into this position to be, basically like an online porn star, and it changes the path of their life forever. their kids are gonna get made fun of in school. Like,
Yeah, that's
like
that's kind of what I'm thinking about is like the future. Okay, right? It's
I know I couldn't look at my mom in the eyes knowing that's what I do.
George,
You know?
I completely agree, bro. That you shouldn't shame people for like having different decisions. Like, okay, be trans, be gay, be who you want to be a sex worker. But at the end of the day, I think about like there's obviously going to be repercussions to those decisions. Like they're not, they don't come with
100%.
like a
Like,
so that's what I think about.
I don't want
the
my daughter
repercussions.
being a sex worker, but I'm not gonna like make a
in
girl
no way
feel
can
bad
you.
because she's doing that.
But will I?
Yeah,
will
but
I promote it?
I-
Probably not.
No, 100%. And I know the type of dickhead I am. That stuff wasn't available to me when I was in school. If I found out one of my, I already make fun of all of my friends' moms, and it's all out of like good jokes. If I found out one of my boys' moms was like a corn star, bro, and an OF model, they're like,
They're
Listen up.
getting that at lunch. They're getting
getting-
that
yeah.
every single day.
yeah, bro. Like I'd be like, yo, I can see your mom's butthole with the chains that I have on my couch. Like
For
I'm coming up with
$5,
roast-
for $5.99, for $5.99,
Yeah.
I can see your mom's asshole, bro.
Yeah, like oh, dude, my allowance allows
This
me
is
to see
gonna
your
ruin
mom's
my
tits. Like,
political future, but that's alright. I want them to
Oh,
attack
but-
me
okay,
about the
sorry.
butthole jokes.
no, I disagree, man. I think these are conversations that people want to shy away from, but everyone
I
deep
agree.
down
That's
has an opinion.
that's
on it.
why I want them to attack me on it. I'm like, oh, like you live a fake life and you try to be this person you're not, like every other politician ever. I'm
Yeah.
real as fuck, boy.
And
I
it's
just don't, I
it's
don't give a fuck,
important.
bro. I'm not trying to virtue signal. Like, obviously, I'm not going to shame somebody, do what you want, but will I support it? No. I'm not going to be like, my kids are never going to be, I'll not allow them to be like that.
John's
Just
gonna
because
get out the
I
belt
know
when they get on OnlyFans.
Yeah, John turns
Yeah.
into an African dad as soon as they turn on OLED.
You need to be a doctor. You need to be a doctor or lawyer. That's it.
Yo, actually
Yeah,
though,
no,
like
I-
that's funny, but like my grandma sat me down once and told me I had to become a doctor, like dead ass. Like that really
That's what I'm
happened.
saying, bro. African, all they want to do is like see you do well, you know?
Yeah, and I don't think that's a bad thing to put high expectations on your kids, because like, I think if you put a low ceiling on the expectations that you have for your
Dollars
kids,
for
they'll
hawkish
expect
parents.
that-
Let's go.
That's the best they can do. Let me get through the stuff. I think if you put low expectations on your kids, they're gonna rise to the occasion of those low expectations. They'll just expect that if I get to this, that's good enough. If I
Right.
tell my kids, bro, I want you to be a doctor, and they end up being like an employee at a company and they're not making as much money, that's fine. But what I'm doing is I'm letting them know, bro, the ceiling isn't where you think it is. It's way more above that. If you think this is a one-story house for your life, no, bro, you have a fucking skyscraper. And it doesn't matter if you end up on the 5th floor of that skyscraper. It just matters that you know that that's the ceiling of that skyscraper is so much higher than what I'm letting you like understand.
All the doctors are using ChatGPT, kids.
Facts, bro. They're all frauds. No, but yo, no. You know what I love though is there's a couple cultures that do that, right? I know for a fact that like African parents are kind of like that. Like you want to see your child do really well, and then it's like for some reason it's Indians and like Japanese and Chinese parents I've seen for the most part, and I just feel like American parents. I don't know what's good with us, but a lot of our parents just kind of don't. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. I think it's
It's
cultural
weird.
values. Like
I think
these
so
cultures,
too.
like, if you really think about it, a lot of those same places that you've named, Nigerians, Indians, Japanese, Koreans, Chinese people, their parents. I mean, it's unfortunate that they put a lot of pressure on their kids, and I think there's definitely a limit to how much pressure you should put versus how much fun you should let your kid have. But if you look at those groups, they're some of the highest performing minorities in the United States.
Hey, golden minority stereotypes. Let's go.
I mean, I'm
But
not
look,
trying to say that that's like a bad thing. Like,
No,
I
no,
think it's good to
you're
put some level of pressure on your kid.
yeah.
Like,
Am I
you should
wrong,
let
though?
them. Yeah, like you should let them know, like, bro, like the sky is the limit. I don't think you should beat them to study. And if they come home with a D one time,
beat them to study. They got the belt.
Yeah. If they come home with a couple of bad grades, bro, it's not the end of the world. Like, school isn't the end all be all. But I want to push you to be as great as you possibly can. And if it means that you have a couple of nights where you're mad at me because I'm your dad, and I'm like, yo, bro, like, you got like 3 D's in this class, like, we gotta study.
Then it's like, you're mad because I beat your ass. Toughen up.
No, there's definitely something to be said about, you know, applying pressure to a parenting style. And I mean, at the end of the day, like, obviously
John's like, fuck that gentle parenting nonsense.
No, okay, personally for me, right?
George got banned from TikTok and is immediately like, all right, the degeneracy is coming out.
Yeah,
like, crash out,
I'm like,
George
hey,
here.
crash out. If I'm getting banned anyway, crash out.
Fucking crash out. But no, honestly, bro, like, literally, there's something to be said about. Obviously, there's balance in everything. Like, if you drink too much water, which is you need that to live, you're gonna die. If you eat too many apples, which are healthy for you, you know, it's not going to be good for you. Like, there's definitely something to be said about how there's such a balance in parenting your children and making sure that they kind of know the value of $1 and they know the value of like education and stuff like that, and not teaching them like money doesn't mean anything, because if you say money means nothing, you're just coping, honestly, because that kind of runs a lot of things. And of course it's not everything, but it's like, it should be a decent part of your life.
100%. It's how you take care of yourself.
It's so important to be taught that at a young age.
I think one thing that American parents, and I don't know if I can put this on all Western parents, but I think popular Western countries have, is not only do they look for the approval of their peers, but they look for the approval of their kids. Whereas, like, I'm a first gen American. I was born in the U.S., but my parents are from Somalia, and never in my life has my parents been my friend. They don't look to treat me as a somebody who, I mean, now it's a little different because I'm older. I'm like, now we can have different conversations. But when I was younger, every time I would get in trouble and I was like, yo, like, why are you so like hurt about this? Like, my dad would always yell at me. He's like, I'm not your friend. I'm your father. My job isn't to make you feel happy all the time. My job is to make sure that you're
all the time.
Yeah. My job is to make sure that you're doing well in life. And if it means that I have to push you for things, then it is what it is. And I see that, and as a kid, it's hard to recognize that. And as an American parent, I think it's difficult to do that in that society when you know that your neighbors or your colleagues or your friends are going to judge you for it, and you look for the approval of your child. Because, like, how many times have you heard, like, Mom, I hate you, Dad, I hate you? That doesn't happen so much in the East. Like, there's so many countries where if you said that to your parents, they're going to be like, well, you know what? You're about to hate what's about to happen. Like, you can hate me as much as you want. Like,
I'm telling you, dog, it's about the belt, bro. He's like, bring that shit up.
Yo, honestly, bro, like, okay.
John's like, I'm saying.
So I've gotten the opportunity to experience like a white parent and a minority parent. No, a white parent, minority parent, bro. And I'm telling you, so my dad is full Puerto Rican. He's from he was born in Puerto Rico, and he came over here when he was younger. And he parented me growing up as a minority parent. That's what I see a difference in it, right? And so I actually, there was times where I really did not like him because of that. I fucking hated him. But now I grew to appreciate his parenting style. Then there was the white side, and it's just the difference between the two is like, I don't know if you guys can relate, but it's like literally night and day, bro. Like, okay, like the belt is a thing. Like, white parents, there's no belt. Like, but I like the belt. I think that's a really good thing.
John's like, give me the belt. Nah, I'll speak to my experience on this. I'm Liberian American, and like my family was definitely super aggressive with the parenting, and like physical violence was definitely a thing, and all that, shame, all that good stuff, you know. And I think that is an extreme that people shouldn't go to. I think there's a happy medium in terms of like what you like the routines, the boundaries, how you communicate that to your kids, how you hold them to expectations, how you hold them accountable to things, without having to get violent about it. But that being said, I've been to friends' houses where like this was in high school. One of my boys like told his dad, like, mind you, this is the first time I'm meeting his family. We're at their dinner table. Like I'm a stranger to them. This man's telling his dad, like, shut the fuck up, dad, you little shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you know that stereotypes, little like the white kids like shit on their
Yo,
parents.
George,
Like
Yeah, I can't hear
George,
you.
you're kind of cutting. You're kind of cutting out.
That Georgie Wi-Fi coming back.
I
Georgie
know,
Wi-Fi.
dude. I know. I was talking to my landlord today about it, but anyway, y'all hear me now?
Fuck. He keeps cutting
Nah,
out.
you're still cutting out.
But I'll just leave the Discord and come back.
Bro.
This better?
This man's trying to tell a story, but he's like,
Yeah.
Is better?
How we fucking.
Yeah,
Yeah, a
it
little bit.
sounds a little
We'll
better.
see how long it lasts for, but yeah.
Honestly, I might just join Discord on my phone, like, cause
That's what we're doing. You should just use your data.
yeah, cause I'm like the chat will still be able to hear you guys.
Yeah.
But how can I hear
George,
you? Alright, fuck it. All right.
So what year? No,
Like,
actually,
yeah,
you sound
but,
pretty
like,
good right now.
Yeah, like
You
the
sound
kid,
really good right now.
the kid was like shitting on his dad in front of like a complete stranger, and like it was just incredibly disrespectful. And I'm like, and like, you know, that's one example. And that's not to say that's how every household is, and obviously I know that it's not. But
Mhm.
it goes to show that in that household, the parenting style was like worlds apart from what it was in mine.
Where you grew up, yeah. I think one thing that a lot of people don't consider is there's phases to being a parent. The same way that there's phases in your life. You're a young kid, you become a young teen, you become a young adult, and then you're a full-grown adult. And the things that'll be effective for teaching as a young kid versus a young adult aren't the same. Like, I don't think it's okay to beat your kids or whip out the belt if they can comprehend the things that you can relay. If you're dealing with like a 5-year-old or a 3-year-old and they don't understand difficult concepts of like, yo, this is exactly why I don't want you to be a bully. It might be easier to show your kid like, oh, do you want to be a bully? You want to be mean to people? What if I'm mean to you? Do you like this? No, of course you don't. Cool. Now you learn how other people feel. You don't understand that when you're like 5, 3, 4.
Throw him in the fire.
Dude, but I mean, like, at like 7 years old.
Yeah.
Dude, at 7 years old, it's easy to communicate to a kid because they understand what empathy is at that point. You could be like, dude, do you like it when if other people are mean to you? You can communicate that to them. They'll be like, no. Then why are you mean to other people? Why are you being a bully? But if you have a 4-year-old and they're in kindergarten or daycare and they're terrorizing other kids, they're punching people. I'm not saying to punch your kid, but if you're like, oh, dude, like you like hitting people and you slap them on the butt, do you like that? No. Then why would you want to apply that to other people? It's a different way of communicating, and I don't think it's okay to do that to anybody who's a young like kid, like 7, 10, or 11. But if you're dealing with a 4-year-old, I think, you know, you want to act wild, here's a slap on the butt. You want to be a bully, and I think it's all proportional. Like if my kid like throws their food, if my kid throws their food on the floor, I'm not going to start swinging. But like, if my kid's being a bully, I get to be like, well, this is how you make other kids feel. Now you understand what it's like to be bullied. Like,
and
it's
you
not
know what
good.
that hard, bro? Like literally, you know, I just thought of a perfect example. When you become a cop, they tase you.
Mhm.
They literally make you get tased and pepper
They should
sprayed.
also shoot you
That when
too,
you're doing that
just so
to
you know what that's.
Yo, listen, on George's channel, we do not condone.
George is really
This
crashing
channel.
out. He said the TikTok ban. I'm
not even
gonna
part
take
of this
100%
fucking shit.
advantage of it.
I gotta speak for Dizzy over here. He literally, we do not condone violence on this channel.
Oh man.
Fucking Crash Out George. I kind of like Crash Out George. Let's keep it going.
I like Crash Out George more.
Yo, Crash Out George. That's what's gonna get the views. The views are about to come on, boy.
Oh man.
But
So
basically,
sorry, John, you were saying.
no. So they actually make you get tased and pepper sprayed, and that's in an attempt to when you have the opportunity to do that to somebody else, you're gonna think about it's gonna like probably click in your mind. Of course, there's obviously cops that are dickheads and not good cops, but I feel like the majority it probably was a net positive for preventing like tasings that aren't necessary or pepper sprays that aren't necessary because you think about, oh, I know how this feels, so let me try to subdue this, assailant in a different way that's less violent. And that kind of goes back to what he was saying about, there's a balance of obviously you shouldn't be like fucking beating the shit out of your kid and giving him like fucking lashes on his face, but there's like a little bit of
Smack him
whipping
around
here
a
and
little
there.
bit.
Well, slap him around a little bit, show him what's good. If he's being a fuck up in school,
No. As a former teacher,
Little
I
bit.
cannot condone any part of this conversation. Do not smack.
Hey, bro, I'll tell you
not
this.
smack
Yo,
him
Crash
around,
Out George
y'all.
is lame, bro. I thought you were Crash Out George.
Dude, George, actually, this is actually like a personal experience that I had. I was 9 years old, and I got in trouble for having horrible handwriting in school. This is back when I was living overseas. I used to live in a town right outside of Dubai, and I remember at 9 years old, it was like March 4th or 5th. My birthday is right around the corner, and I probably was also acting out a little bit. But my teachers were like, "Yo, bro, your handwriting is absolute trash, and you're disrupting the classroom." My parents beat the fuck out. I mean, not that bad. Like they just spanked me. But I remember it as if it was like one of the worst things ever. I was like, "Yo, this is crazy." I got in trouble. My birthday was ruined, and now I have immaculate handwriting. Everyone tells me, "Yo, you write like a girl." I'm like, "Yeah, that's because I got my ass whooped." And I was like, "Yo, all right, my handwriting about to be clean."
Facts, yo, he's spitting right now.
Yeah, I just
He's
feel like
spitting.
there is like there are alternative approaches that doesn't have to mean physical violence.
Yeah, but
Well,
I
you
also
are you
think that like
about, like
to a certain
explaining to your kid, explaining him to like this is bad and here's why, and let's talk about our feelings. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, I think you can say like, hey, like we'll use Dahir's study analogy. Like, hey, your handwriting needs some work, so let's work on your handwriting. Like that's
What
it,
if
bro.
what if what if they
Don't
what
gotta
if they
beat
don't
their
want to work
ass.
on it? What if
no,
they
dude, because
say I don't
yeah,
care, I don't want to work on it?
Well, there are a
because
lot of
that.
things
for
that
me,
kids don't
for
want
me,
to do, and you like, yeah.
yeah, but
I'm not saying
I
like
didn't
don't
get
have boundaries. You're like, no, well, I know you don't want to do this. This isn't a choice. This is something we have to do because it's a skill that we need in life. And
And then what if
and
they
then
say no?
if they say no, you like, all right, we're gonna sit here. You like play the waiting game with them.
And
no.
then what if
The
what if
reason
they
why
wait? Kids are
the reason
stubborn, bro.
why
Kids
let
are
me
stubborn.
let
That's just a part of
me
parenting,
cut this
bro.
off real
You
quick.
can't resort to physical violence because they won't bend to your will.
You
Yeah,
but you
but
say
I don't
physical
think
you say
every
physical violence like we're
violence
like
is
domestic
every.
violence thing. Like
That, I mean,
it's a
that's
balance.
what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing.
No. That's not what I'm trying to get at. I think
Nah, I mean
so. The reason why my handwriting got really good after that was because I feared that part of my parents. I realized that there was something that I wasn't doing right, and I realized that there's an actual consequence to me not doing it. It's okay to cut my TV off. That's fine, bro. Like I'm chilling, and
facts.
obviously there should be steps before this, right? Like from my personal experience, my parents just went to nuclear option. They were like, bad handwriting, we're whooping your ass. But you can obviously work your way to that, right? Like if my kid is like, yo,
I heard it's like
like
ease
I'm
up to
being
the ass
disruptive in
whooping.
class. Yeah, if you're being disruptive in class, you can always start off with, you know what? Now you're losing access to your phone. Now you're going to lose access to the TV. If it still doesn't continue, you need to have a consequence to this. And if you're young enough, I think those consequences are different than when you're older. Like it's like scales of escalation. At 9 years old, my dumbass was like, "Yo, bro!" Like it wasn't the first time that I told them that I was a disruptor to class, but after a while, they were just like, "Yo, I'm gonna whoop your ass," and I was like, "Yo, I'm about to be a straight A student."
Yeah,
Like,
so like
my hair,
every like
I
thing
agree,
in
100%.
education and like psychology and child work, everything disagrees with you. I'm just gonna put that out there. But you can feel how you feel, and
Yeah, but you know,
okay. Let me have. I got
George, there's
you
also
back.
millions of years of this working out, and it's been fine. Like,
I don't know, bro. Like
it's
the
not.
human race is pretty violent. Maybe it's because parents inflict violence on their children, so children thinks violence are the way to solve problems.
So
That's a
here's
good point. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, my parents beat my
no.
ass. Let me beat their ass. I figured it out.
Yeah,
Maybe
but also like, if you also think about it, dude, America has gone through this phase now where there's much more gentle parenting going on, and there's a lot more school shootings. I bet you, if some of these kids got their asses whooped,
is there a causation from gentle parenting to school shootings? Is there a through line there? Is that what we're saying?
Yes. I'm gonna explain to you why. Right? I'm gonna explain to you why. Okay. I can only speak on.
Again, and I just got my access back.
I can.
Yeah, don't put us on TikTok for this conversation.
Yeah. We should be like on Kick only, bro. Honestly.
Yeah, Kick only. Yeah, where the criminals are at, baby.
The criminal network.
Facts. I can only speak on like a man's experience, so I can't speak on for women because obviously men and women are like night and day. So I think that for men at least, is that controversial?
No, it's not. It's not.
Go for it, John.
Speak your piece.
Okay. Here we go. All right. So basically, as a man, right, I think that like trauma in some form or fashion kind of is a good thing for men because it strengthens in some point. Okay, there's obviously like a level.
I think
like
adversity and like overcoming challenges is good for people in general.
If you're like M'd as a child, that's gonna screw up for life. But if you like fall and you like break your arm or something like that, mentally that's gonna toughen you up a little bit. And kind of prepare you for future situations where you're not as scared of.
Or you're like super afraid of like doing anything active because you're like, I don't want to break a bone again because that really sucked.
Well, basically, what
Charles
I'm
like
kind of getting at.
No, but John, honestly, I think you're preaching.
Yeah, basically, what I'm getting at is the school shooting thing. I think it's just men who kind of they're bullied in school and they kind of are not tough enough to be able to handle like the adversity and stuff like that. And that kind of obviously a lot of these manifests of these, like the Elliot guy who went and shot up that's I don't know if we could talk about this, but the Elliot guy who did what he did, he wrote a whole manifesto about how people were bullying him.
We're not
and
promoting school shootings, so you can talk about it, John. Like if they ban me, they ban me.
Yeah,
I'm not about censorship.
School shootings are bad. School shootings are no bueno. School shootings no bueno. Okay. So basically, he was talking about his manifesto about how they're all gonna die and for what they did, and like they were bullying me, and basically the gist of it was he was bullied and he couldn't take the adversity. So that goes back to what we were saying: preparing your kids from the start to handle adversity via maybe give them a little bit of spanking, like not domestic violence, George, not like giving them a black eye or something, but a little bit here and there, like to prepare them for the future. I think that's where it's kind of beneficial.
And John, there's something. So I agree with you, and there's one thing that I want to add, and I think adversity is really good only if you have the parents that can give you the tools to deal with that adversity. It's one thing to have challenges in your life, but if you're not given the tools to be able to deal with that adversity, you're going to end up in a shell or a cocoon or become like a recluse where you don't know how to deal with that. I think because I was bullied for a lot of my younger years before I moved back to the States. I got into so many fights.
That's the answer, kids.
That is true. That is true. Like, so I've lived, and this is slightly important, but to what I'm trying to say, I've lived in Cairo in Egypt. I've lived in Dubai, and because I was an American, the first year that I lived in Egypt, I went to like a not an American school. It was a private school in Egypt, and I got my ass whooped every day. Like to the point where it was like my mom would go to the principal and they'd just be like, "Yo, bro, it's like the early 2000s." They're just like, "Yo, kids will be kids."
Yep.
And instead of just letting me get my ass whooped in school, not doing anything for it, my mom put me into karate classes and kung fu classes, and that shit changed the course of my life. It wasn't the adversity and then the tools that my mom gave me.
Yep.
She was eventually like, "Yo, there's not nothing we can do. Like we've talked to the school about it. The kid will get detention. One of them will be suspended, and then it's right back to square one once they get back." And then I eventually learned how to fight. And my mom, it was all because my mom was like, "Yo, look, if they're not going to do something, you got to do something about this."
Yeah.
And that trickled all the way to today, where you don't know this about me, but George does. I fight competitively. Now I'm like, I love it. I'm like, "Yo, dude, like no one's gonna bully me. You wanna put your hands on me, go for it. This is a regular Tuesday for me now. Like you wanna touch me, you're gonna get pieced up." And that confidence from overcoming that adversity has bled into so many things in my life where I feel like even if you like you seem like somebody who's like higher up on the social status, it doesn't matter to me because I know at the end of the day, you can't do anything to me. And it's only because my mom gave me the tools to deal with that adversity. I think adversity without that.
I think.
Oh, go ahead, George.
I think the point I want to highlight.
I think you guys are all fucking crazy.
No. I think the point I want to highlight here is tools to overcome challenges. I think a lot of what parenting is exactly what Daher is speaking to, is that we want to give our kids the tools that they can use to get through these things in life and like navigate these things in life. And a lot of the reason that parents resort to violence is because guess what? There's no like class out there when you're in school for parents. Like people don't get taught how to parent. They parent the way they were parented. Sometimes they might augment it here and there. And like a lot of the times people aren't even thinking about how they're parenting. They're just fucking vibing. They're just going with the flow. They're just doing, right? Like people don't have tools for how to parent. And so they can't give their kids tools to like two things. One, people don't have tools to parent. And two, the tools that they have to deal with certain problems are usually not the best tools, right? Like they are handing it down to the kids whatever works for them. For example, I had a second grader that I worked with who would always get in fights and he would always get in trouble. And I was like, "Yo, Tramel, like
beat his ass."
No, I'm like, "Tramel, every time you hit..."
I'm joking.
Right. I'm like, "Tramel, every time you hit this kid, you get in trouble and I have to tell you to go sit down. Do you like going to sit down and not being able to be in recess the entire time?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "Okay, well, then stop hitting the kid, because if you do it, I have to do this." He's like, "But my dad told me to hit somebody if they like mess with me." And so the tool his dad gave him to deal with conflict was violence. And so he implemented that tool because that was the only tool he had at his disposal. And this is where the problem lies, right?
But his dad gave him a. I'm gonna let you finish, but his dad gave him a hammer when he needed a screwdriver.
But this is the case across the board
for the problem.
This is the case across the board.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, but honestly, I got something to say after.
This is input there. This is the case across the board, right? Like people give their kids the wrong tools for the wrong situations, and them using violence against their children is a tool that they feel like is useful, because like, and you're all saying it, you're all saying like, this is the way to get this result from your kids. This is the tool. The tool is we should implement violence in this way. Yeah, you're like talking about it in this tempered way, like we shouldn't like smack them upside the head with a high heel, like, which is something that happened to me, or like use a belt, but like you're still saying, hey, we should use violence as a tool against our children, because you can't conceive of other tools that would yield the results you're looking for. These are the ones you have, so these are the ones you're putting forth. I I know for a fact that there are
I
other
disagree
tools.
with that statement. 'Cause
I disagree too.
I disagree
Okay,
because
let's hear it.
neither me or John said that exactly. I mean, I don't want to speak for John, but from what we were saying is you don't start off with that. You find every absolute possible way in order to get them to a point before you decide to spank them. If my kid is like failing in a class or being disruptive in a class, I'm not starting off with whooping their ass. I'm going to start off with being like, oh, cool, bro, you suck at math. It's fine. Let's get you a tutor. Oh, you're disruptive while you're with the tutor. All right, cool. Now you're losing access to your TV, your phone, and all this. If you still keep going, well, you know what? I'm gonna take off my belt. And honestly, I think that's even a bad example because I would never actually use a belt to like hit a kid because that shit sucks and those welts hurt. And I only think that those things are effective when they're extremely young. I don't think it's okay for you to even spank a kid if they're over the age of understanding how to grasp and have a concept of understanding what's going on, why you want them to succeed. There is a point where a kid is way too young and the only things that they understand are repercussions and actions for those repercussions. And I'm not saying to even start off with that. It's a scale of escalation. You start off with just taking things away from them and grounding them, and then if it doesn't work out, bro, you're 6 years old, you're 5 years old. Your brain doesn't understand that there's a dire consequence to you not listening to us. And as a parent, your job isn't to just be there for your kid when things are going well. Sometimes you as a parent have to make the bad decision. And bad as in not like it's a horrible decision to do something horrible to your kid. Bad as in it's the thing that you don't want to do. And you have to be like, all right, cool. Look, I don't want to have to do this, but now it's going to happen. And you as an adult in that situation have to make that choice and be like, cool, man, I've given you every other resource possible to achieve the things that we're working towards. And now you're so young that the thing that you're going to understand is, ouchie, this hurts, and I don't want this to happen again. And I think that once a kid is old enough to that's the only way they listen.
That's not true, man. That's just not true. Kids understand a lot more than you're giving them credit for. And yeah, I'm not saying that
maybe we're not talking about the same age group.
There are situations where words are not what's gonna help you. You're gonna have to take physical action, and then maybe you have to physically remove the kid, but that's very different than inflicting violence upon them.
So here's real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you, but basically what I was saying was that there's a balance to it. Of course, what your story about how that kid hit the kid if he touches you at school, whatever like that. What his dad told him, that's wrong because he's telling him an absolute. He's telling him that when there's adversity, you resort to violence. What I was saying is there's a balance to it. So of course you should what you should do that you should slap him up a little bit, your kid, to show him that there are consequences to your actions in life. If you go out and if you sell drugs, there's a good chance that you could go to jail. If you speed, there's a good chance you can get pulled over. The point that I was making is that you should be teaching your kids at a young age that there are consequences to your actions, so that they understand that and they kind of grow up with that. But to the point of basically using violence in every situation, words are definitely the first step. Picture it as a security guard. They teach security guards that the first step you want to get to is de-escalation before anything. Before actually securing your person that you're watching, you should be trying to de-escalate the situation because that's going to make it easier for you. It's going to make it easier for the person you're guarding. It's going to make it easier for everybody. So that's what I think you should teach your kids is de-escalation. And if de-escalation doesn't work, then you should escalate that bitch and then fucking crash out. But that's basically what I was doing.
Crash out. Dude, and George, one thing that I feel like I disagree with what you're saying is the use of the word of violence. I don't think the word violence is necessarily equated to somebody spanking somebody. If
Nah, it's
if
definitely
you start
violence, bro.
punching your kid,
That's
no.
violence.
I disagree. I disagree. I think if
Well,
you're
you're just
punching
wrong,
your
but
kid,
okay, you can
beating
disagree.
them with a let me explain to you why I feel like this. I think if
Okay.
you're punching your kid, you're really hitting them, and you're causing some actual like long lasting effect. You're bruising them. You're grabbing them too hard. You're slamming them against stuff. That's violence. If I slap you on the butt, that's not violence. I feel like that's just a spanking, and to equate those two things, I feel like
Bro, you're
I
just
don't think you're
qualifying
disingenuous.
violence differently, man. You're just qualifying violence differently.
So yo,
But
so
it is what
George,
it is.
George, so
It is what it is.
let me
Because
ask you a
you can't say
question.
the same
Yeah.
thing, George. You can't say the same thing of me. Like, if me and you got into a fight and we're swinging fists, that's one thing.
I'm
If
not
me
saying
and
there's
you
not a
like press,
degree. I'm not saying there's not a degree. I'm not saying there's not a spectrum to violence, but it's still violence.
yeah, but there's also a spectrum to drowning, right? Like at
I
one point
don't
you're
know if there
swimming,
is,
and
bro.
then all of a sudden you're drowning. No, there is. If I'm paddling, I'm swimming. If I'm not, I'm drowning. Those are two very different things.
That's not a great analogy for what you're getting at, but I hear you.
Honestly,
I
bro,
think
I
I
thought
think
that
we're at a
hit.
stalemate, honestly. I'm not
It's like
gonna
I
lie to
thought
you.
that one slapped.
I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie
I
to
thought
you,
that hit.
bro.
Like, as soon as I said it, I was like, "Yo, this is good,
Yo, okay, not to change the subject, bro, but I meant to tell you, have you ever heard of the streamer named Destiny? Have you ever
I
heard of him?
have. I
Yeah,
have, yeah.
Okay. So when I was listening to you guys talking about the future plans and what you kind of want to do for your channel, literally, bro, what we're doing right now is literally what Destiny's doing. Okay, so he has people come in and he'll be playing some fucking game or some shit. It'll be like mindlessly playing some game, talking to him just like you are right now. And they'll come in,
yeah.
they'll talk about random ass shit, right? And so he basically shoot who you should model. I know he's the racist shit has come out, but he's who you should model your channel after, bro, because he's literally doing what you want to do, political content while gaming, having conversations about random ass shit, but he's doing it on a grand scale. So I just thought you maybe should
Well, I
like
mean,
check him
yeah,
out,
his
because that
I'm familiar with him, but his didn't start on a grand scale, right? Like it started small. But yeah, mine. I'm attacking a similar concept for sure.
Yeah,
because what you're basically doing is like political with kind of talking about random topics, or you just want to stick to political.
Um, Political and social, and I think the social can encompass a lot. Honestly, the political can encompass a lot too. Because when I say political, I don't like specifically mean like American politics and like the Republicans and the Democrats. Just politics in general, and like truly, a lot of things are political. Things that we don't
like
oftentimes conceive as.
social commentary.
Yeah, social commentary. That's a good way of summing it up.
Yeah, bro. Like literally, like this dude pulls. He's on Kick and YouTube and that whole thing. And he kind of, I mean, he kind of shares a lot of your ideologies of like
Nah, don't say
politics.
that. Don't say
He
that.
kind of
Don't
leans
say
more.
that.
He
Don't say
kind of leans
that.
more centrist, honestly, and
Don't
that's what
say
I
that
kind of
because
feel
I'm
like you
pretty
are at.
sure
You're
he
more.
was like supporting Israel, and I mean I could be wrong about this, but last I checked, he was
No,
supporting
he wasn't.
Israel.
He was against that.
All
He was
right, he
against
better
that.
be.
He kind of leans more towards like
Wait.
centrist, and that's
Is this
kind of
like
what
Destiny
I see.
or who are you
Yeah,
talking about? Oh,
That's yeah, Destiny.
streamer Destiny.
I'm like far from
Destiny.
a centrist. Um, I don't really know if there's like
Really? Think so?
I don't really know if there's a catch-all term that encapsulates my views. Um, but
So are there any views that you
I'm like a
agree with on the? I
humanist.
know you agree with some. I know you agree with some views on the Democrat side, but are there
Oh,
any
dude,
views
do
that
you
you
want to
agree
hear
with
my?
on the
All
Republican
right.
side?
Here are my views.
I mean,
I'm not
what
gonna.
Republican views do?
I don't really like know what the Republican views are. I don't even think they know. I think like I don't even. I don't, I don't think there are like there are obviously things that have been
They're
historically
kind of out there.
attributed to both parties, right? Like some people will say like Republicans are more like fiscally conservative and blah blah blah. Like I think that's all fucking
Yeah.
nonsense. Like people are just saying shit to like get their agenda across. But I think if we're asking about my political views, I guess we'd have to like talk about a specific issue, from voting to like housing to whatever. But I don't think
Illegal
those.
immigrants.
Okay, well,
Hey, dude, you guys know my perspective on illegal immigrants.
yeah,
Yo,
definitely
aliens talk. What about
put him in
aliens? What do you think about aliens?
put him in a arena. Let's see, immigration. I feel like
Illegal
immigration is
immigration.
actually okay. Illegal immigration. I think that's
Just
one of
illegal.
the. I think that's one of the issues that there is a gray area, and it's not just this like tribal thing that's happening. Though people who take sides aren't treating it with the nuance that it deserves. So like, all right, in if we are to maintain this like state system that we have where like countries are sovereign entities and have their borders and all that and all and like this that and the third, yes, you have to maintain that because that's what you've decided you're going to do, and the way you allocate your resources within these borders need to be accounted for, and so you need to have a sense of how many people are here, how many people are going to be here in the next 5 years, 10 years, next year, blah blah, right? And so you can't just have an influx of people. All right, fair enough. Okay, so
Okay, so wait, hold that thought. I just want to make sure that the audience knows the point. You basically just said that illegal immigrants for a sovereign state are not good. That's what I heard.
I think yes, I think they are
Okay,
not
now you
good
guys.
as a like if again if we're operating within that context, it is not ideal to have an influx of people that you cannot easily account for. Okay.
Okay, so we're
That being
understood. Okay,
said,
continue.
that being said, I think given the situation that is happening at the border, which is these bordering countries are in turmoil. They are not as stable as the U.S., and so people have all the reason to leave. They're being pushed out because of all these things, right? And their goal is to seek asylum, right? Which is like a law that we have. It's a national law. It's an international law. If you're escaping some kind of persecution or disaster, you can like seek safety in a different country. And I think a lot of Americans, if put in the situation that these people were coming from, would view that as turmoil and facing disaster, and they themselves will want to escape from it. And so, since we have the laws in the books that say that if people are facing those situations, they can seek they can seek safety in a different
Asylum.
country, then yeah, they can seek asylum. Then like that's what it is, right? The question
So you're saying that's a
question
good
now.
thing that at some point
I'm saying
here and help out another country by having people come through.
yeah, I'm saying that it's a
Kinda.
good thing that that law exists.
Okay.
I think what the conversation should be then is what mechanisms do we put in place to ensure that we receive people in a way that is sustainable and ensures their safety. That's really the only
So
conversation.
George,
Anything
real
else is
quick,
like bogus and
what? Yeah.
hack.
So basically, what I was saying is you're a centrist, and you said you aren't. The definition of a centrist is you don't have any strong beliefs towards either side. You kind
I
of
do have strong
hold like
beliefs.
some kind of
That's my
some
strong
kind
belief.
of no. I'm saying some kind of no. I'm going to tell you. So strong. You literally just described. You could see why it's good to not have
That's because I'm
illegal
not a fucking
immigrants
hack.
in.
That's because I'm not like these people are hacks.
You can also Okay. So you could see why it's okay. It's not okay to have illegal immigrants, and but you can also see why helping out a country who's in turmoil is a good thing, and having them come over. You just described basically how both sides kind of lean. That's the definition of a centrist right there,
Yeah, but my
my friend.
position
You're a
doesn't
centrist.
my position doesn't exist on one side or the other, nor does it exist in the middle of those things. My position
You literally
simply
that what you just described
no.
is the middle.
Yeah,
I didn't
but
describe
John, one
the
thing that I want
middle.
to put
I
in is that
said I could
yeah,
understand both sides. I didn't say I understand both sides and I choose the middle because I don't think my position is the middle.
yeah. One thing that I also think that is very difficult to kind of put into a category is politics because most people they don't fall on one way or the other for all topics. It's easy to be like financially like like tight and then be like socially liberal. And I think the thing that I wouldn't put George as a centrist because I've spent a lot of time with him. I know him very well, and he has a variety of ideas on different topics. But to categorize somebody as one or the other based off of a individual topic, I think is very difficult to do. Like
Facts.
you could be like maybe more moderate or conservative on immigration, but then be super liberal when it comes to like human rights in your country, right? Like you could be like like fiscally conservative, but also like super for women's rights and abortions and like closing the glass ceiling, you know?
No, I feel you. That's definitely um no, that's definitely I can see what you're saying about that.
Yeah.
I was basically just saying that this motherfucker Destiny, I think George could if he literally copies him, bar for bar. Not what he says,
Nah,
but like
I'm
his
not
his
copying him,
style of
bro.
how he
His
does shit.
tactics. Yeah.
No, but okay, so you think about any type of business though. That's the thing. Everybody's copying and you make it a little
Oh
bit
no, no.
better.
I think like
Like
yeah,
you take a
yeah. I think
product.
if you're saying like copy his
Yeah, that's
like
what
format, sure,
you're doing.
sure. But like yeah,
You better.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's saying.
yeah, sure.
Just
I thought
just don't let other
for a
Yeah.
second I interpreted it like copy
just
is
don't
like
let
rhetoric, which like fuck that.
nah. No, 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 no.
No,
That's not a good way
because
to
you
go about
you
it.
are gonna give because he's Destiny and you're George and obviously your personalities are very different and that's where I think you could kind of win in. If you just kind of do what he does, where you have people come in and have these kind of nuanced topics and conversations, that could really help. And I meant to tell you what
Mm,
he did to like kind of grow the channel like a
mm.
long time ago. I watched this whole freaking video
Come
about it
on.
when he was getting canceled.
Mm,
What was he would contact people who are political commentators, right? And he'd be like, "Hey, let me get on your podcast, whatever, and just kind of debate you and literally
mm.
just like torch you
Yeah.
up a little bit." And then basically what you're doing with that is you're collabing, which is the by far that's the biggest opener to getting more followers besides posting on
Truly,
your own is collabing.
truly, and
Yeah.
like this is gonna sound extremely arrogant, but I don't think there is like well, that's not true because people might agree with me. Well, then I guess in that case, there's no real winning.
You
But
gotta find
I just
the people who agree, bro.
bro, like let somebody debate me, bro. Like, oh my god.
That's how. No, that's what you have to do because nobody's okay. Literally, let me apply this to like TikTok and advertising, right? Basically, how I do my business is if you put your product in front of as many people as possible, even if you're not making money on a lot of those,
Oh,
you're expanding
100%.
your brand and your reach.
100%. That's
That's
why
how
I'm
you
on
gotta
every
Yeah.
do.
platform.
You
That's why
have
I'm
a
on every
product.
platform, bro.
Your product your product is your personality. So you have to even if you go and talk to that guy you said that like is he kind of is comedy but he's a little bit racist. You should talk to that guy because what you can do is
Oh,
there's people who
dude,
probably
I should
hate
have
watch
him.
him.
I should have him. I should ask him to debate me. You're right. I should ask him to
You
debate me.
need to start reaching
Yeah.
out.
I would
Cold call
roll.
people. Reach
First of
out
all,
to
he
people.
wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. But if he did, oh my god, it would ruin his life. Oh, this guy's such an
But
idiot.
that's how you're gonna grow, bro. Is literally you got to get in front of opposition. You gotta get in front of people who are
You're
like-minded. You gotta
absolutely
just
right,
get
John.
in
You're
front of as many
absolutely right. You're
eyeballs as
absolutely
possible, bro.
right. You're
How you're gonna grow.
absolutely
And
right.
John, to piggyback off of that, I don't think this is necessarily something that's like gonna always make you a better streamer, but if you can debate people who view the world a way different way and they have an audience, even if it's like less than 1% that hears the debate and they're like, "Yo, fuck, man! Like this guy George is spitting." You can change their opinion or force them to grow. So like from a perspective where if you want to really like help people and challenge their ideas, I also think it's a very good way. I think you're very on point with growing as a content creator. But if your goal is to make an impact on anybody, then challenging the people who you disagree with and like having their audience listen to you, even if it's like 0.01% or 1%, like you change their lives. You force them to think about things that they probably haven't thought about. Like if somebody's racist and then they all of a sudden hear how articulate you are, how smart you are, how well you are at debating people, they might be like, well, you know what? These these monkeys ain't that bad. You know what I mean? Like they might actually change their opinion.
And
Copy that.
honestly, bro, like if you go on one of these like streams, like let's say like you contact somebody who has 10,000. They're like a kind of like D-level content creator. Like they're not up there like a Destiny or like a Ben Shapiro or like one of those guys who are really high and everybody kind of knows what you're talking about. You get somebody who's kind of like mid-level. They might even say like, "Hey, I'm going to charge you to come on." That might be a reasonable investment because if you go on there and you kill it and you present the facts and you're very convincing with the way you present your argument, you might get 500 followers, 1,000 followers. So the ROI for your performance might actually come back to you 6 months to 12 months down the road
That's a
when
great
you
point.
start making really good money, and then it all comes back because you're investing upfront.
That's a great point, John. Yep. I mean,
Yo,
yeah, these are all things I'm open to
I fuck with this
exploring.
guy John. He's a smart dude.
I have such a business mind, bro. I'm like an entrepreneur. Like, so everything I think about is like, how can I make this kind of a business mindset? And I've been doing this for like, I've been an entrepreneur, I guess you can call it, for about like 8 years now. And it's like literally, that's all I could think of. Like, that's the only way I think is like a business mindset. And that kind of has taken me, I've
Actually,
done pretty
this
well. So I think you
oh, I
treat it like a
agree with you
business.
on that because at the end of the day, it is going to be a business if you expect to make money off of it. There's one thing that I want to ask you, and I might hold the opposite opinion on this. Is what do you think about entrepreneurship and hustle culture for like millennials and Gen Zs?
Are you asking me?
Yeah,
Okay, so what I think about entrepreneurship is your performance is very important. So basically, people say, hey, you should hustle for 80 hours a week. I completely disagree because your performance is everything. So if you're an entrepreneur, you need to be eating right, getting enough sleep, taking care of your body because you're the vessel by which your business runs.
yeah.
So you're like the fuel to the fire. If you run out of fuel, your business is going to fail. So when people say, oh, I fucking got like 2 hours of sleep last night, but I'm fucking
Yeah, that stuff
grinding.
is
I'm
so
like,
it's such nonsense. It's
I'm
always
going to
pissed
the
me
top.
off.
You have
Let
to
me,
treat yourself like you have to treat yourself like an athlete in a way. Not, of course, you're not like fucking LeBron James, but you see how they kind of LeBron James spends $2 million a year on his body because he knows his body is his business,
right.
and if he loses his body, he loses his income stream. I view it the same way with entrepreneurship. Your mind is your business. So if your mind's not performing at the top of the scope, if you're
Yeah.
not eating the right things, exercising, getting enough sleep to kind of fuel your mind to create new ideas, be able to present your thoughts adequately, you're going to be fucking up in the long run. And that's why a lot of these guys kind of crash out and they like burn out. And I've never actually gotten burnt out because I
I
take care of
I
myself.
agree. I agree. And let me be a little bit more specific with my question because I think I didn't do a good job at framing it the way that I wanted to frame it. And the way that I view it is I don't think the grind culture and the hustle culture is necessarily a good thing for all people who are millennials and Gen Zers. I mean, I don't think it's good for anybody to run themselves into the ground.
Facts.
I agree with everything that you said so far, but I think, and this is a better way of me framing it, is I think too many people put, and this happens more in our generation, which is why I think millennials and Gen Z is why I'm more focused on this. I think people put too much emphasis and what's what I'm looking for, like importance on
I know what you're
turning
saying.
turning the things that they enjoy, that things that are hobbies, into a side hustle. And I think it's a product of the environment that we're all born in, right? Like, it's so difficult now to be a homeowner in the U.S. or get ahead in the U.S. that everyone's looking for, if they have a job, they have something on the side as well, just to get by. But my perspective is there's a lot of things that people turn hobbies into businesses, and if it works out for you, it's great. But I think not everything that you touch needs to be a side hustle. And I think that
like
side hustle
monetize, yeah.
And in my perspective, I think everything you said about entrepreneurship is on point. But the hustle and grind culture, I feel like, turns things that you can just enjoy for yourself into why aren't you making a business out of this, and burns people out for things that they could just do to be rejuvenating rather than a project to make money off of. So I wanted to get your perspective on this.
Yeah, so basically, bro, honestly, okay, so it depends on your personality type. I completely see why somebody would say that. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, you're an idiot for thinking that. I think that's perfectly reasonable to think that way.
Actually what
it really depends on your mindset. So for me,
now, the funny thing is, when he said that, I'm not trying to call you an idiot, I was like, bro, I actually am an idiot.
I think you're pretty fucking smart. But basically, so what I was saying was how I view like the hustle and the culture. It's not really about the end result for me. Like, I don't want to have like Lamborghinis and Ferraris and stuff like that. I grew up like playing strategy games, and you go you like play like a castle game. Like Age of Empires was big for me. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but you kind of build an army and you go attack somebody and you build up your shit. I grew up playing in Minecraft. I like that kind of building aspect to it. Of you create something and you make it grow and you grow and grow and grow and grow. And it just happens to be that money is the part that you grow and grow and grow. But it's less about the money for me, and it's more about the growth aspect of it and the progress. Hence why I also like lifting weights in the gym. I love the growth aspect of it. So I think a lot of entrepreneurs kind of they view the money as like a game. Like, it's kind of a game to them. Like, whether or not you want to monetize your hobby or not, that just happens to be the case. But it's less about like monetizing the hobby. It's more about just like the game of just playing, making, like, obviously money's the end goal, but it's just like kind of fun in that sense. So that's why I'm saying I see how you could say that monetizing your hobby is not necessary. But there's a certain type of personality type out there where you're just kind of like, you like the growth and you like the building, and it's kind of like fun for you. So I can see both.
The reason why I bring it up.
Hello?
Yo, Dari, can you hear us?
No, he's getting the shitty Wi-Fi.
Hey,
the tables have turned.
Let's go, baby.
The tables have turned.
Them tables be turning.
It has.
Wow, the tables have turned.
To a certain extent, I think, you're right. There are going to be people who are the type of person that's like, I like this, I want to build on this, this is what I want to do. But I also feel like that there's a pressure that a lot of people from our generation feel because of that side hustle culture, that they feel like if you only work a 9 to 5, you're like a bum almost. It doesn't matter unless you make an absorbent amount of money where people like can view in society can view you and be like, damn, bro, like he's a software engineer making like 145, 200K, 250K a year. They'll be like, all right, cool, bro, that's great. But if you're like a guy who's making like 70, 80K, like people will look at you and be like, why don't you have a side hustle? And I feel like that puts a pressure on people in our generation and the generation younger than us to, like, you have to do something else. And I think it's a negative impact. Not totally, not totally. I think it's like a scale, right? Like the more money you make, the less you need to be an entrepreneur. But
No, yeah,
when people view you like as somebody who's like, bro, you're like a plumber, you make like 90K a year, like, and you work for a company, like that's great earnings, but be like that's all you do, you know? And I feel like in my perspective, I felt like there's been this shift through entrepreneurs from people listening to people like Gary Vee or what's the other guy's name? The guy
Andrew
who,
Tate. Andrew Tate was big on
Andrew
that.
Tate, Greg Cardone, where it's like you have to be the person that's like making decisions and at
No,
the
yeah,
top of
no,
the company.
I think they're fucking dumbasses. I think that, of course, entrepreneurship is an option. It doesn't have to be the only option because if everybody was an entrepreneur, when I go to my doctor's appointment, there'd be a fucking garbage man, taking my fucking blood pressure. So I think that there's some kind of balance that has to be there. And again, we go back to the
No
balance
disrespect to
thing.
the garbage man.
Yeah, but he's not a doctor, so he would not. He
Right.
wouldn't even know what to do. So basically, I don't think it should be shamed to have a 9 to 5. I think it's perfectly reasonable.
Yo, sorry, John. I missed what you just said. My headphones died.
So basically, I was saying that you shouldn't. There's the shaming of a 9 to 5 is retarded to me. But basically, you should do what you like. Some people have the personality where they want to build and build and build and build. Some people are
Yeah.
okay with going to a job, coming home, and then that like the rest of your day, you focus on what if you want to go fucking take your dog out to piss. You take your dog out to piss. Like and that's what they want to focus on. As that and that shouldn't be shamed. I think that those type of people, those personality types, are necessary in our society. Doctors, lawyers, even people who work at McDonald's, Taco Bell, whatever, like all kind of spectrums of societal and kind of like how much money you make. I think those are all necessary. And then there's the people like me, like my personality type, where you like to build, but the shaming part is retarded to me. I don't understand why somebody would want less lawyers and less doctors and less like people to help out in normal everyday jobs. I just think that you're an idiot if you say that.
Yeah, but I do think that that's kind of been the zeitgeist of
It
recent
is. Yeah.
years, where people are
100%.
like, "Why do you only have a 9 to 5? Why aren't you doing this?" And I had a good conversation with one of my buddies. We worked together for a long, long time, and one of the conversations, like, and this is my perspective, bro. Like, I'm personally okay with making a decent chunk of change working at a company and not climbing the ladder. Like, whatever money you give me allows me to do the things that I want to do.
Yep.
But I feel like
Okay.
there's this like aura where people feel like if you're not a VP or a founder or a CEO, you're almost wasting your stuff. And then what I've noticed is people will start to have these hobbies or interests, and once they start to get good at it and they realize like, oh, bro, like I'm actually kind of decent in this. Instead of being like, let me just enjoy this for what it is, let the thought in their head is like, how do I turn this into a business? Like, you really like woodworking. How do you start a furniture company? You really like martial arts. How do you open up a gym? Like, those are the things that I feel like, and I don't think it's healthy because I think as an individual, it's important to have things that you could just do for yourself. But
Facts.
with the kind of like popular idea in the zeitgeist now, it's as soon as you get good at something to the point where you're able to teach it to other people, or you can develop yourself to be a thought leader, the first thing that you have to do is figure out how to make a business out of it. And I think it takes away from the enjoyment of these hobbies that you develop over time.
And okay, so definitely completely agree with what you're saying. But you know what? I always try to put myself in the other person's perspective, and what I think they think it is is let me go see how my hobby stacks up against society. And like, I think it's basically what you're saying. I agree. Like, it shouldn't be like that. You shouldn't feel like you have to monetize everything you do.
Mhm.
But let's say you're an artist and you like to paint on the weekends, and you're like, hey, let me go see how good my art is. Let me go see if I can try to start selling this.
Yeah.
And that really, I think it's more of a deep down thing where they're trying to see how they stack up and see if what their hobby is, if they're really good at it.
But so
Which, I mean, I don't think it
the
should be like that, but I
the
think
reason
it's
why
kind
I
of how it is.
disagree with that statement is because if you're the type of person to deep down be like, yo, I think I'm really good at this. Let me take it out into the world and see where I can get like what the value of the art or the thing that I'm putting out is. That in and of itself is somebody who is kind of an entrepreneur. What I'm trying to dive into, and I think it's hard to articulate because it's a little bit more obscure. Is there is a divide of somebody who is just an artist, and then the person that needs the manager to do that thing for them. The other side of that, but I think not everything you touch needs to be the thing that is like your career. Like I think it's important to recognize, especially as a young person, that there are things that you're going to be good at that doesn't necessarily mean you have to hunt it down for monetary value. It could
Right.
just be something that you like to do. And the reason why I disagreed with your statement is I think the type of person to be like, yo, bro, I just created this like artwork and I think it's fucking dope. Let me put it out into the world. That in and of itself is somebody who, whether it's like 10% of the personality or 50% of the personality or 100% of the personality, they are an entrepreneur. They have that entrepreneurial mindset and maybe they have to develop it and get better at it. But the idea of it's something that you enjoy doing and you want to turn it into a business because you feel like that's what society is telling you, I think is a net negative.
And I mean, and honestly, like the people who are telling people this, it just happens. I noticed that they're always selling a course and they're always selling like
Yeah.
a way. So I think that their incentive, of course, Andrew Tate's motto was, he wants you to sell the course to other people, kind of like
Yeah.
pyramid style, and basically, show people how to do blank, blank, and blank. So I think that the side of it that they're pushing, they know it's not right, but they're pushing their courses and stuff like that. And it just happened that Andrew Tate kind of blow up, Grant Cardone blew up, Gary Vee blew up, all these people blew up. But deep down, I think that it's people know, this is not how it's supposed to be. It just kind of was pushed into our faces a lot. So I definitely see what you're saying there. But I agree. It's it shouldn't be like that. And you need to make sure that money doesn't run your life. That's kind of like for George's audience, you got to have your own me time type shit.
Type shit.
Yeah. And I think it definitely plays into a big factor as to why there's a lot of like anxiety and mental illness in our generations. I'm not necessarily sure if we have more than previous generations. Maybe we're just more vocal about it, and I think that's a great thing. Like being able to talk about the stuff that you go through, or if you're feeling anxious, or whatever the case may be. Like being able to communicate, I think we're way better than previous generations about that. But I do think a big mental issue that millennials, Gen Zs, Gen Alphas have is they have to live up to those expectations from the people like Gary Vee and Greg Cardone, and you got to be a hustler. Like, I think personally, bro, if you're happy and you're making like 60, 70, 80K and you can support yourself, that's awesome. Like, go do your thing. If you want to start a business, and even if your business isn't like the biggest, but you're only making like 60K a year and you can support yourself off of that, that's also amazing. Like, but I think a big factor into why there's a lot of there's a big anxiety issue is I feel like a lot of people feel that they need to be way more ahead. And I think the hustle culture, and I don't want to say entrepreneurship because I think that's different from hustle culture and the grind culture, but I think that hustle and grind culture is on the negative, like spectrum versus the entrepreneurship side. An entrepreneur is like what you were saying, somebody who takes care of their mind, body, focuses on work. That's great. But then there's that hustle and grind where it's like every single thing that you do needs to be monetized. Why aren't you working 18 hours out of the day? Sleep for 4 minutes and keep it going.
Yeah, they really seem ridiculous.
No, but I mean,
like that, man.
Yeah, no, they
They do.
Okay, so literally, bro, like I think that insecurity is plagued throughout our whole generation. I mean, anybody could say they don't have an insecurity, and they'd be lying, right? So I think that what this comes from is some sort of that, because how it should be. I mean, how it is different than how it should be, but how it should be is you versus you, right? I mean, comparison is a thief of joy.
Preach, John,
That's like the
preach.
saying that said for years. I'm John Gandhi today. Basically, so comparison takes away your joy, bro. So if you like buy a new car and it's a pretty decent car, like it's a really nice car, there's always going to be somebody who has a better car, or somebody's funnier than you, or somebody taller, like something like that. There's always going to be somebody who is better than that. But if you start comparing yourself to outer people, then you're going to be trying to do that. So how it should be, right, is you make as much money as you can, and you kind of just compare yourself. How can I do a little bit better next year than I am before? But when you're comparing yourself to these people on social media, which I think is the real issue here that we haven't talked about, you're seeing like a highlight reel of everybody's best moments in their life, and they're posting this fake life that nobody lives. Like nobody's gonna post them like on their Instagram feed, like them going through some bullshit, unless their whole page is about that. But the majority of people, like, they post like their vacation with their friends, like they're out doing fun stuff. You don't see like all the shitty stuff. So in your brain, subconsciously, you're comparing.
For a minute, drop a follow.
MJ, drop a follow. I'm coming to your house.
Yeah, you about to find out what the strokes are.
All right, here we go again. With the strokes.
Yo, you're gonna make George end again.
Yeah. Well, I put my thing on 18 plus, but they immediately reminded me like, hey, this doesn't mean we can't suspend you. I'm like, I bet.
Say, you better watch your fucking mouth, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like,
well, basically, I think social media is such a bad thing for society, and I think the fact that
you think it's
our parents didn't have it, I think it's so terrible, because you're literally you're having constant FOMO. You scroll on TikTok, you're seeing people doing stuff, experiences that you haven't lived. So in anybody's head, regardless of whether or not you agree, in some form or fashion, you're thinking, what if life was like this? And the fact that like dating apps are a thing, like gameable dating, like you swipe and there's just another person. I think it's cool that all this stuff is out, but I think for society it's so bad.
Yeah, that's fair. I have a very not a love-hate relationship with social media, but I think it's there's a lot of bad things that come from it. And I think the younger that you are and you get exposed to it, the harder it is to deal with things going forward. Whereas I think we might have been born in the sweet spot where we had a little bit of and John, I'm just assuming that you're my age because you went to college with George. But
yeah,
I think it's a net. I don't think it's like it's tough because I think if you're born right before and you understood what the world was like before the mass adoption of internet culture, and then you're the type of person that was born into it, it plays a way bigger factor into your life. Like for me, it's easy to be like, all right, bro, like I'm gonna turn my phone off, or you know what, I had a horrible day. I'm gonna go watch like funny dog videos. That, like, to me, I can understand how to use it as a tool. But for somebody who's born into it, it's definitely way harder because you didn't understand a life before the internet where you got to like go outside and touch grass, and like get joy from just like playing around. Like I have a brother where we're so like far apart. I'm 19 years older than he is, and he doesn't go outside and like play. Like his free time, he's playing Fortnite. He's on on his
he's an
phone.
iPad kid. iPad
Yeah,
kid.
he's an iPad kid. Dude, it's actually kind of crazy. Wild story. So my sister got married last year, and we instead of flying because there was a lot of us. It's like I have a big family. It's like 8 of us, including my mom, my dad, and my stepmom. We drove and we had a pit stop, and we just did a race, and it was so weird because my youngest brother had the worst running form I have ever seen, ever. And he just didn't know how to do it. Like his arms were moving way faster than his legs. He didn't understand how to push off of the ground. And it's like, bro, like at first we just made fun of him because that's all we do as a family. We roast each other. But then like we were like, yo, bro, like we started working with him. We're like, yo, push off of your leg, learn how to like, explode. And it was such a foreign concept to him because he just didn't have the same type of outside time that the rest of us had. He was an iPad kid. His enjoyment came from being online, not being, playing outside, doing those basic things that you do as a kid.
Yeah, bro. It's literally I don't know. It's fucking of everything. Like think about like all those montages of like Dubai or like Miami, like vacation spots like the Bahamas.
Mm-hmm.
You see it. It pops up in your feed, and you're scrolling and you're scrolling and you're scrolling. While like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, maybe you saw it maybe once like in a year, maybe on TV or something like that. But when you got there, the experience was just a lot better because you haven't already been exposed to it over and over and over again, and you haven't been
Right.
desensitized to how things should look. So when you get there, you're like freaking out. You're like, "Holy shit! This water is insane. This sand is insane. This
This
weather is
water is
insane."
insane.
Like literally, like you're scooping up the water. You're like, "Oh, this is crazy. It's clear, bro. It's clear." Now, meanwhile, nowadays, of course, you're gonna be like surprised and stuff like that, and you're like, "Wow, this is amazing." But in your head, you've already seen it 100 times. You know exactly what it looks like, so you're kind of
Yeah.
knowing what you're expecting. And it also goes to like literally, even I could go on to like dating, bro. Like a girl will have 5 guys in her DMs, and now they're just like a screen. There's like a face on a screen instead of 30 years ago. You see somebody at like a movie theater or a mall or something like that. It's just different. You know what I mean? I feel like things are less special nowadays. Things are more gamified, and like they're more like you're more desensitized to literally everything, because of
Yeah.
all these social media apps. That's where I have the problem with it. And of course, I use it all the time, bro. Like I'm on social media a lot, but it's just like I just see it. I see like the effect it's had on society, and it's only gonna get worse as like VR and stuff gets more popular.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it definitely has a big impact on relationships and dating.
Like grass is always greener type
Like,
shit. Like
oh,
they see
dude,
what could be out there.
100%. Like, I mean, I'm fortunate enough that I think actually every relationship I've had has been somebody that I've met in real life. Like,
Yep, same.
I, I I've gotten some tail, off of Tinder and whatnot, but everything else, every time I've ever had a meaningful relationship has been somebody that I've met in person. But I can't imagine like you're like 17, 15 years old. All you're seeing is all these Instagram models with BBLs, and you meet a girl in real life, and you're like, well, yeah, I can't imagine that. Like you see, like you meet somebody and to know them, you might actually have a very impactful relationship with them, but you're looking for the person that looks like those Instagram models.
Yeah, the standards have gone up a lot for men and women. I think women have went from going to a mall, maybe having like
Not the girls that I hook up with. They got the lowest standards. If you're meeting up with me, you're desperate.
no. So basically, like I feel like 30 years ago, you literally have like okay, girl goes out, maybe she'll get approached by a guy like maybe once at a mall or something like that, and then she'll go home
Mhm.
and you gotta talk through the phone or some shit like that. But now you have a girl posts a picture, and you have maybe like 3 guys in the comments, then you have a couple guys in the DMs, and then
Yeah.
maybe they're on like a dating app, so they got like 10 other guys trying to hit them up there. Imagine how like that would like fuck with a pair. Like imagine like the sides were switched. Think about you had like on any given day like 10 to 15 girls hitting you up at a certain time. Would your appreciation for like like a man, would that go down at all, do you think, by having so many options like that?
1,000%, 1,000,000%.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
dude.
that's where the issue would come in is literally like
Yeah.
desensitized on like human side, it's desensitized us to experiences, and on a dating
Yeah.
side, it's desensitized people to like connections and shit like that. And that's honestly, I could only see that being a negative. I don't see any positive in that. I mean, if you guys think any different.
Yeah, I think on the young mind, it's
That's
definitely
when my brain
a
is
net
fried 'cause I
negative.
haven't eaten food in like 10 hours.
Yeah, bro, George, unmute.
What?
So you've been muted this whole time. Unmute.
Nah, I haven't been muted, bro. My brain's actually
I'm saying
fried.
like your mouth has been muted.
Nah, I'm hip, bro. Yo, I was trying to order food like 2 hours ago and I completely forgot. And I'm like, where's the food at? I never ordered it. Dude, I'm
Bro, yo, Uber Eats is offering a free Domino's pizza for the first like 1 or like $2 million in sales that they
that's
get. So,
actual cancer.
bro, come on, don't fucking hate on my bro. You know how many times we ordered Domino's and that shit was smacking when we were drunk, bro?
Yeah,
Domino's
that
hit.
was like 6 years ago in college. Like where
Yo,
those days
I
are
still
over.
eat Domino's. I still eat
Oh my
Domino's
God,
here and there.
John, you should be ashamed.
Like a nice like cheesy bread. You did that shit in marinara sauce, bro. Come on,
Easy
come
bread
on. You
does go
can't.
crazy. Easy bread
It
does
always
go.
goes crazy. It always goes crazy, bro. I swear to God.
Yeah, I'm
Fucking
definitely working from home tomorrow.
George's
Work from
blood
home tomorrow
sugar
and
is
go
getting
in on
like
Tuesday.
fucking low.
Bro, my blood sugar is actually a problem. I watch.
What do you like? Are you like diabetic or some shit? Like you need like sugar every certain amount of time?
I'm like on the cusp of being diabetic.
Oh shit.
Damn, bro, that's crazy. Because if I looked at you from the outside perspective, I would just be like, yo, this dude's in good shape.
Nah, honestly, the reason that happened is because last year I was like, or like 2 years ago, I guess, 2 years ago, I was like super depressed and like I would like buy like this big ass pizza and get like extra cheese and extra chicken and I would like put like this like this like barbecue sauce in like a cup and then dip the pizza in the barbecue sauce.
Yo,
Vile,
why
bro.
why
It was
did I have
vile.
the exact same?
Yeah, bro, that kind of
I don't
sounds
think
like
you're
it
too out of
smacks.
normal.
That sounds like it smacks.
Nah, it definitely
Bro, I
slapped,
do
but
that the whole time.
it was not alright. It was not alright.
I do that shit. Yo, dipping pizza in your ranch, like that's some like top tier shit right there.
Yeah, but
Can't go wrong.
it
That
like
shit.
almost gave me diabetes, so I had to call it quits on that note.
Ranch is probably the last thing that I'm ever gonna put on any like wings or pizza. I'm gonna have to
Ranch
fight
on
you on
pizza is
this one.
gas, bro. Ranch on pizza is
Bro,
crazy.
yeah.
Nah, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
You know that people who hate ranch on pizza, that's like one of the first things they teach in like psych school about like the characteristics of a serial killer.
Well, it's
Don't
kind of
spit
funny because
facts.
I got a couple of bodies in the closet, so they might be right.
Oh man.
I got some buried in the backyard. I got some in the closet.
Now, ranch is probably I would rather put ketchup on my crust than ranch.
Holy shit.
Catch up on your
Wait.
crust. Alright, yeah,
Wait,
he's
bro.
losing it.
Bro, wait, let me ask you a question. Are you a pineapples on pizza guy?
Yeah, I love pineapple on pizza. It's my
Why
favorite.
did I know you were gonna say yes to that? I know.
Honestly, I like never thought that was a bad thing, bro. Like it's savory. Like what's people's problem, bro?
Yeah, sweet and savory.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, okay, so when I eat pizza, I kind of go for like a saucy kind of vibe. Like I'm trying to get like this a saucy marinara taste. So when you mix it with like a fruit, it's kind of like why not just eat fruit? Like if you want to get that fruity taste on a fucking pizza, like why not just fucking have an apple and then eat
Bro,
your
I'm not throwing apples and oranges on my fucking slice. Like pineapple hits. Like it's way different. What are you talking about?
I'm not a pineapple on pizza hater, right? I'm
It
definitely
sounds like
not
you
like
are,
a
bro.
gymnast.
It sounds like you're a pineapple on pizza hater.
I'm
That's
just
what
not
I'm hearing.
somebody who would do that because I think that the two can be separate events. Like you can
Separate.
at like 10 a.m. you have your apple or your fucking pineapple, whatever you want to have,
John's like, don't
and
mix them
then
shits
and then
though. That's sacrilege.
at
All
2 o'clock, yeah, fact, that's like the cardinal sin. But at two
John,
o'clock
but
you
let
have your
me
pizza.
do you like Al Pastor tacos?
Wait, what the fuck you said? You
Do you
are you
like
speaking a different
yeah Al
language?
Pastor the you don't know what Al Pastor is?
Is that like Mexican or some shit?
Yeah, it is. But
I never
it's
heard of
like
it.
either you've never heard of Al Pastor. All right, well,
Nah, bro.
it's I guess then I guess you probably haven't had it. But it's either pork or beef slow cooked on like one of those like circulating spikes, and
Yep.
at the top of all of it is a pineapple slice, and they've cut off a little bit of the pineapple, cut off the meat, and throw it onto a taco. It's just gas, and everybody
Oh,
there
that
in
shit.
Mexico eats it.
That shit. Are you in Mexico right now?
Yo, John,
Yeah,
do you want to visit Daher in Mexico with me?
Are you dead ass in Mexico?
That's where
yeah. I
he lives,
live
bro.
here. I live in Mexico.
Holy shit! How the fuck you get there?
no,
Like, have you always lived there, or did you just like recently move?
I've recently moved, but it's really easy when they're only looking at the border one way. No one's ever paying attention if you move the other direction.
So,
That's
yo,
facts.
this is crazy. I have so many questions to ask you. So, like, are you in like a touristy Mexico, or are you like in deep Mexico?
I'm in
If
deep
that makes
Mexico.
sense.
Deep
I live
ass
in Mexico City. It's yeah. It's in the center of the country. It's almost like living. It's not the same because Oklahoma sucks, but it's in the middle of the country the same way that Oklahoma
All right.
is.
So, is prostitution and brothels as prevalent as it like as like
Dude,
the gist of it, the stereotype is? Are they more?
not where I live. Not where I live, but 3 weeks ago, or maybe like a month and a half ago, I'm a little off on the timeline, but I had to go to the vet. One of my
Oh
buddies,
shit!
his dog got hit by a car. Really sad. Yeah, it was horrible. It happened in front of us too, bro. It was insane. I felt so horrible. But so we go to a vet that's a couple of blocks away from my house. It was like a 10-minute
Right.
walk. And my boy is distraught, which is fair, right? Like, and we go to the vet, and I also have a dog. So when I saw, like, I was like, yo, bro, doesn't matter. Like, we'll help you out with anything that you need. We're at the vet until like 2 a.m, and he's like, yo, I don't want to go home. I can't think. He has to leave his dog at the vet for overnight, and then he has to get surgery the following morning. And I'm like, yo, bro, Sammy, it doesn't matter, bro. Whatever you need, we got you. He's like, yo, I don't want to go home. Can we go for a walk? I was like, let's go. I've never been in this part of my neighborhood. We start walking, and my man is like, he's going through it. And as we're walking, all of a sudden we're by this like abandoned hospital, and there are mad hoes. And like my boy is like, yo, bro, like I can't believe my dog got a hit. I was like, yo, I understand. Yo, why are there mad bitches around? I was like, yo, all these bitches are here and they're bad. What's going on? And he's like, oh, dude, this is like a neighborhood where you can get a prostitute. I was like, oh, all right. Drop a Google pin real quick. I'll be back here. Let me know when you need me to pick up your dog.
He's wait, John's muted, I think. John, do you know you're muted?
Yo, I've been talking this whole time. Wait, wait. So basically, so they're not far off. It's like it's not everywhere. Where it's not like every street corner has a fucking brothel and shit like that. But there's a decent amount of them, pretty much. Like
I
based
mean,
on,
as far as I've seen, no, but it depends on where you go and where you go out. Like I said, there's like 15 blocks away from my house. I guess there's an avenue where you could pick up a couple of prostitutes, and then I live in a very liberal neighborhood. I live on the corner of
Damn
Koreatown and the gay
oh
neighborhood.
shit,
Yeah.
The
So
fuck?
if I leave my house to the right, there's a lot of these like gay bars,
Oh yeah.
and they're there is a lot of there's a couple of like prostitutes. You can find like a bunch of dudes or like trans women that are selling themselves, and then there's other parts of the city that you can pick it up. But I mean, like, dude, it's a massive city, 22 million people. There's all these different neighborhoods where it's very some parts of it is you can find it and it's prevalent if you go to like a couple of blocks. Others it's not. So it is what it is.
And is there like a big pull by like the cartel down there, or is it only in certain towns?
Oh, it's only in certain parts. So the weird thing is, so fortunately for me, I make all of my money that I make is in the U.S. So fortunately, I live in a very affluent neighborhood. So the cartels here, and where I live in particular, because I have a couple of buddies who also live here, but they live in a little bit more quiet neighborhoods that are also really affluent. They're all American too. The thing is, where I live is a very big touristy area because they have a strip of bars and it's very close to downtown. So there is a cartel presence here. But what's very weird is the cartel where I live, they have a vested interest in keeping it extremely safe because they don't want people to come to where I live. And my neighborhood is relatively touristy. They want people to come here and buy their supply, feel safe, feel like they want to, they can go out and party. So it's very safe here, and any of that activity is very shunned upon, not just by the people who inhabit the area, but also by the people who are perpetuating the movement of their supply. They don't want to be problems in the area that I live and the surrounding areas because it's very affluent. If you start to leave outside, there are a couple of areas where you're going to bump into guys who are cartel, and it's a little bit different because it's predominantly like people who are Chilango, which means like native to Mexico City, and they're not as affluent. A little bit more crime happens there. People will like shake people down for like protection money for their storefront, their business, or their food stands. But where I live, they're like, we want to keep this place safe because people come to travel to this area and they want them to spend as much money as possible and feel comfortable doing it.
Yeah, I mean, if you even if you're like a drug dealer, right? If you, yeah, hold on a sec, I can hear myself talk. Awesome. All right.
What'd you say?
All right, sorry. Like I put on George's kick stream to see if he was dead or not, and I basically was hearing myself talk. So,
no, bro, I'm telling you, I can't think straight. I'm too hungry, bro.
Bro, order food.
Hey, get some
I'm waiting for
fucking food, bro. Yo, go meet up with that driver and fucking beat his ass for being so late.
I never.
No. What I was gonna say was, that's a sort problem. But basically, what I was gonna say is, yeah. I mean, if you're like a drug dealer and you kill your customers, like if you put shit in your like Fent and your fucking coke and stuff like that, I mean, you're literally gonna have no more customers. So I can see why they would even want to like keep it safe, because if you have people come, that's just more money in your pocket, more revenue.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
And they're very enticed by the idea that the neighborhoods that me and a bunch of other Americans or foreigners live in stay safe because they know that they can charge more for that, right? Like if I ask for like a gram of whatever it may be in this neighborhood, it's way more expensive than if I went to a predominantly Chilango native to Mexico City neighborhood. You're gonna get different prices. But yeah, that's what people call themselves when they're born and raised in Mexico City. They're Chilangos. Anybody else who's like, if you're Mexican and you're not from Mexico City, you're not a Chilango. It's like calling yourself Bostonian versus not.
Facts.
But yeah, they have a very big vested interest in keeping this area safe to the point where, dude, there was a Filipino American who came here. This happened maybe like 6 months ago or 8 months ago, and he was selling in this area where I live, and he was like pushing onto their their clientele. And if you're a tourist or you're somebody who's only lived here for a little bit, it's easy for you to be like, oh, well, this guy is American. I'm a Westerner. It's easy for me to communicate with this guy and pick up whatever you wanted to buy from him. What ended up happening to him is he got picked up while he was just out in the streets, like 14 or 13 dudes rolled up on him. They all drew guns, and this is the craziest thing. They apologized to all the people that witnessed it, told them that nothing's going to happen to them, gave some of them some cash, picked him up, and just took him away.
Damn.
Yeah.
Fuck, bro.
Because they're like, yo, we don't want you guys to feel unsafe. This isn't what we usually do. But this guy here, we got a problem with him. No one else is going to get hurt. We're sorry for the inconvenience. Here you go. And then just left.
So
Yeah.
it's like some sort of like calm chaos. Like there's obviously it's very chaotic, but there's some sort of like
peace.
Literally.
Another wild story, and this will be the last one that I bring up for this topic because I don't want to be a yapmeister, but there was a group of
the cartel is about to come for you next. John, you're muted again.
There was a group of Americans.
Keep talking. I'm gonna be right back. Keep talking.
There were a group of Americans that drove down. I forget where they're from. They were like from Texas, or it was like a state that was from the South, and it wasn't too far from Mexico. And it was 3 guys and 1 girl, and she was getting cosmetic surgery here in Mexico. Unfortunately, what ended up happening is they confused them with a couple of other people, and they ended up killing 2 of them and kidnapping the other 2. And this is crazy. So they confused them for the wrong people, and they ended up, the people who got confused and kidnapped them, they got the wrong people, and the cartel beat the fuck out of their own men, and then they didn't kill them. They beat the hell out of them and dropped them off in front of the police station and was like, these guys lack discipline. They're not welcome with what we're doing, and turned them into the police for the murder of those 2 people and the kidnapping of the others.
That's crazy.
Insane. But like, it just speaks to the fact that like these people are, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not as much about control anymore. One of my buddies who's like he's born here, raised here, he's through and through Mexican. He was telling me back in 2011 or 2010, there was these huge cartel groups that owned Mexico City, and it was about 11 of them. And they all came together, and they were like, "Yo, bro, like we can't keep killing each other. We're gonna try to figure this shit out." And they called themselves Unidad Cartel, which means a unified cartel. It was 11 different. Dude, it was crazy. 11 different cartels. They all came together, and they're like, "Nah, man, this isn't sustainable. We can't keep doing this. We're fighting over territory that like we're all like." We all owned, right? And they all unified. And in the middle of the city, it's super, super safe. All the places that you go to here, no one's going to bother you. And they're just happy that people are coming here to experience Mexico City. The dangerous parts are in the north. The cities that border the U.S. is where most of the violence occurs. I mean, there's still violence here, right? Like there's gangs everywhere. You can go to New York City and you'll have neighborhoods where there's violence and gangs. But they all, and it's crazy, like Cartel, the Unidad, they all came together and they were like, "Yo, bro, we can't keep killing each other." And there was a bunch of Colombians that came and pushed into their area, and they're like, "Yo, bro, like, what are we gonna do? We're gonna kill each other, or we're gonna let these like the Colombian cartel take over?" And they all came together They all made a vested interest that we're going to make this place very safe. We're going to make it so that like we all make money. And since 2010 and 2011, Mexico City's the violence has calmed down, and the issues are places in the north where drugs are being trafficked from this country into the U.S.
Never knew that.
I didn't know it when I first
So
moved
like,
here,
is the
but
north more like rural?
yeah, so like not north of the city, the northern part of the country, the part that borders the
right.
U.S.
Right.
It's not. There are some major cities, like I think Meridad is a city that's further north, but it's a major city, so it's a little different. But then you got places that are border towns where most of the drugs run through, and that's where you have more problems because people have to be paid off. Cops are a little bit more corrupt. Yeah, a lot more violence occurs in the north. And then there's a couple of cities in the south where there's some issues, but outside of that, it's a relatively safe place. Like unless you go to a bad neighborhood, you're not gonna have problems. Dude, when I first came here and I was looking for apartments, there's a neighborhood. It's called Depito, and it borders a very affluent neighborhood. So there's this one neighborhood called Roma Nor, which Roma itself is one of the most affluent neighborhoods in the area. Bordering it is this neighborhood called Depito, and I didn't know this. Shanti didn't know this. I thought my apartment was on the border of it. Like it was a great price for rent. Turns out it was like 30 minutes deep into the neighborhood, and it's a very like dangerous neighborhood. We went in, like we walked 30 minutes into the middle of the neighborhood. Not a single person gave us a problem. I mean, when you walk through it, you can tell it's not a good neighborhood. Like there were cars missing tires. There were auto shops where you're like, I don't think these cars were brought in, like voluntarily. It was like a random Thursday. People are like drinking in the middle of the afternoon, partying in the middle of the street. So we got there, we ate. Well, I looked at my the apartment that I was considering. Left, ate tacos there. Everyone was just mad nice. I think one of the major things is also like, if you're not somebody who causes problems, they're not going to give you any problems either. Like you could be a gringo and walk into a dangerous neighborhood, and they'll just be like, "Ah, bro, it is what it is." Like, we'll be nice.
Damn, bro. I didn't think that you would be from Mexico. I thought you were in Boston with George. What the? So you met
That's where I'm
George
originally
through,
from.
yeah. So you met George through what, like high school?
No, actually, funny story. George and I, we lived in the same building when we were kids.
Oh shit.
So I've known George since I was like 12.
And then you
Oh.
just like were like, fuck it, I'm gonna go to Mexico and go, be with some badass Latinas, right?
Basically
Basically,
that.
I mean,
that was the thought.
that's definitely was your motive. Let's be real here. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Damn, bro, that's tough. I've always wanted to travel and live abroad, but I just feel like I only know Connecticut, so it's like I just don't want to leave. I want to go to fucking like Miami or some shit and live there.
Well, two things.
I
Number
thought
one,
about like moving out west at one point,
yeah.
but you literally like your family is like gone. You know what I mean? You can just like you can't even see them. That's the thing that stopped me, at least.
It is tough. Like I've talked about this with George, where I never thought I was going to be the person where that would be homesick, but sometimes I'm just homesick, and it is what it is. Like I think if you're a regular person, you're gonna miss where
Can you guys hear me?
Because that's what you know.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
My
but two things. Number one, I always grew up overseas. Like
yeah,
I've lived in other countries before, so for me, it's not something that's crazy.
Yeah, John, can you hear us?
Bro, I was just talking this whole time to know. Did you hear anything I said?
Yeah, we could hear you the whole time.
I was like, I literally stopped talking and like nobody talked for like 30 seconds. I was like, What the fuck?
Maybe you couldn't
Yeah,
Wait,
hear
what,
us.
what were you saying?
you got that George Wi-Fi. What were you saying?
That's crazy.
No, I was saying that I thought about moving, like either out of state or out of the country, and like the one thing that stopped me is like you literally have to. You're basically starting over, like from scratch.
Yeah,
Like you got to meet all new people, and on top of that, your family. Like I'm sure you literally can't see them unless you take a flight, right?
yeah.
That shit's great. Yeah, that shit's crazy.
And I've talked about this with George, where I'll be very anxious or I'll be homesick, and a lot of it's just like, yo, all the people I grew up with, I just don't see anymore. I spent most of my life in Boston, so to me, it is kind of tough to live in a new country on your own. Like the apartment that I have, I just live on my own. Like there's nobody else. I don't have roommates and stuff. The good thing
Yep.
is, I have a couple of friends that moved here before I did, and the way I got my job was because one of my buddies moved here, and he recommended me to a company that has an office out here, and that's how I'm able to work out here.
The Yeah, that's why you're doing good is because you had your boys move like before you. But if you move like all on your own, that
Yeah,
shit is tough. Like to a city and just you got to like start over from scratch.
yeah,
But
but
if you know a couple people beforehand, that's like a cheat code, honestly.
but I think it's definitely something that everybody should do themselves at, like, for a little bit, because there's been a lot of stuff that I learned about myself that if I stayed in my comfort zone, just wouldn't have been exposed to me. Like for one, I've always had roommates. I didn't realize how scared of the dark I am. I turn off the lights in my apartment. I'm like, yo, there's no one here. I hear a noise in the middle of the night. I wake up. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? And there's no roommates to be like, somebody else made that noise. And then I
Well,
gotta go and check it out.
that shit's fucking justified because when you're alone and it's dark out there, I don't know what it is, but your floors creak a little bit more. Your fucking
Yeah.
fridge makes more noise. They should do a study on that shit. I think that's real. There's
Dude,
something there, bro. My fucking house is like creaking and shit when I'm alone.
I didn't. I don't know if I told this to you, George, but I think I told this to like Jason, one of my old roommates. Like when I first moved here and I got my own apartment, because for a little bit I was staying with one of my friends, but I'm sleeping and it's a random Sunday night. And one of the greatest things about people who live here in Mexico is it doesn't matter what day it is, they're always willing to have a vibe out. They're always having fun. And I fell asleep one night and it's a random Sunday, and all of a sudden the people above me are having a party and I don't realize this. And I have a nightmare that all these dudes break into my house and they only speak Spanish. I'm trying to be like, yo, dude, like I don't even have anything. My bed's on the floor. Like I don't have a TV. Like, well, you can't rob me, bro. You're not gonna get anything out of this. But I kept hearing in Spanish their replies, and it just turned out that the people above me are just having a banger. And I just kept hearing what they were doing. And in my dream, I was like, yo, bro, I can't communicate with you.
Yo, my boy developed an irrational fear of Mexicans in his sleep. Just tough,
Dude,
bro. I used to see Mexican kind of flinch a little bit. What the fuck?
dude, but I will say this: the people that live here are some of the nicest people I've ever interacted with. Like I said, I've lived all over the world. I've lived in Egypt. I've lived in Dubai. I've lived now in Mexico. I've lived in the U.S. And I've traveled a bunch as well. But some of the people that I've met here, even if they don't speak English, if you give them like an indication that you're trying to like learn Spanish and you're trying to do your best to communicate with them, they'll just give you shit. Like, and it blows my mind. Like the amount of times I've gone to a restaurant and I communicate with and then the weird thing about Mexico is there's more small businesses here than there is, maybe not statistically, but there's a lot of small businesses here. It's not like the U.S. where there's a massive amount of chains and you're only dealing with a waiter. Like a lot of times you'll order food or you'll go to a bar and you'll meet like the person who started the company or owns the restaurant, and if you try to start speaking Spanish to them, even if like the shit you say is stupid and doesn't make any
Even if your
sense,
Spanish
they're just
is
happy that you're there. Yeah, dude. They're just happy that you're there, and they're like, "Oh, dude, you're like, yo, you know what? Hell yeah! Give you a free shot. Give you give you free
Yeah.
food. Like they're so nice.
And you know
One
what?
of the most
It's
hospitable places I've been to.
it's funny you even have to say that because that just goes to show how rude Americans are. Because if you go out west, I mean, literally, bro, like people are so nice. I mean, obviously, some places don't like Americans, so they're gonna be assholes. But um, for the most part, the hospitability, whatever that fucking word, is so nice out like west, bro. And Americans, I feel like, are just so rude. Like
Yeah,
if you go to New York, if you go to like the bigger cities, when people are kind of on their own timing and they kind of want to, like, they're just like trying to get to where they're going, and they're just like blah blah blah, they're beeping at you and shit like that. That shit just doesn't work
yeah.
like that over west. Like they just, I don't know, they're more respectful. There's like a different type of respect there.
I know you said that one of the other places that you were considering was the West, and then Miami. Dude, Miami is like a GTA server. Like I
That's
think
why.
all of Florida is like a GTA server.
That's why I wanted.
And oh, dude, I can never live in Miami. I have a buddy of mine that lives there now, and I mean, granted, I've never had firsthand experience. I've never actually been to Miami, but some of the stuff that I hear, I'm like, bro, that sounds like somebody who's chronically online. That's the only way that they would ever like do, think, or say those type of things. But it's like a lot of people there. Like I don't know. I mean, you sound like you're also chronically online, like I am. So you know what, like the Fresh and Fit podcast or like the whatever podcast, they
Oh
all
yeah.
take place. They all take place in Florida. It's all like Miami, Tampa, and like they're finding these people who are
Yeah,
just like some of
Floridians
the
are
most
wild.
NPC brain dead people I've ever met in my life.
Yeah. So here, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
My shit keeps popping up. Yeah, no, so basically, I just understand that those I mean it's like I hate to say it, but I've been to LA. I've been to Miami multiple times. I went to LA once, 2 Septembers ago, and to really experience like how you see it online, you kind of got to spend a lot of money there. So I just understand if I was ever going to move there, I mean, because Miami and LA and Dallas and New York, like literally in Connecticut, everything that you buy there is like fucking like 4 times that. Like it's so, everything's so expensive. So I just feel like there's a different experience if you're making a lot of money, which was what I'm trying to get to be able to move there. Well, it's like, do you have normal Miami? And then you have like Miami where you can afford things, and that kind of makes it more fun. But if you can't afford shit, you're gonna fucking you're gonna drown there. It's not gonna be fun at all. It's gonna be fucking.
yeah, but and maybe you won't like the statement, but I don't think I've ever met a person who makes a lot of money and goes to those areas because that's what you do that I've ever liked. Like I feel like a lot of those people are superficial, you
Oh
know?
yeah, sure, for sure.
So
What I love about it is literally like I don't know. It's just like there's really good looking people, and there's just like really good looking like freaking like beaches and shit like that. Everything's just very pretty to me, and it just looks really
yeah,
nice. And on top of that, it's like very warm, and I don't know.
yeah,
There's like so much to do there. And I remember we were talking the other day about how there's literally nothing to do in Connecticut. So that's kind of that even goes back to our other conversation about how you see shit on social media, and that kind of always gives you that grass is greener kind of mentality. And I mean, I've experienced it, and it definitely is how it is in social media. But it's like fuck, bro. You know, I can see why somebody wouldn't want to live there. It's like there's a lot of
yeah.
goes on as well.
I love California. It's one of my favorite places I've been to, and I've been there multiple times. I've been to LA a bunch of times. I've been to San Diego a bunch of times. I've been to San Francisco a couple of times, like some of the major cities there. And the one thing that I've learned, and it was one of those eye-opening experiences. One of my best friends we didn't go to the same college, but we met each other while we were both in college. We were homies the entire time. I always go to visit him. He lives and he's from LA, and he had this one friend who's an actor, and he's like a unknown actor. Like he was like a major cast member on a Netflix original. Like he makes good
Oh,
money from acting. He's good at what he does. But when I met him, the thing that blew my mind was how much he like cared about other people's perspective of him. Like the most important thing to him was how people view him. To the point where this dude was just lying to me about stuff. And it's like, all right, bro, like we both don't have to, have the exact same experiences to be homies. And it was so weird to the point where I was like, I actually don't want to hang out with him anymore. He would lie about the randomest stuff. He'd be like, my mom grew up with Snoop Dogg. There's a picture of me and Snoop Dogg holding me as a baby. And I was like, I believed him. I mean, and there's no way for me to like disagree with that. All right, cool, bro. And then I'd be like I boxed
I'd
since
be
I was a
like,
kid.
that's
He's like,
cap.
oh yeah,
You're a fucking liar.
yeah.
Nah,
I
that
boxed
just
since I
sounds
was
like
a child.
to me, honestly.
I boxed since I was like 15 years old. It's something that I've done competitively since I was like 15, 16 years old. And he'd be like, yo, yeah, man, I boxed since like, and I was like 14. And I was like, it's pretty cool. And then he would like shadow box. And it's like, bro, all right, well, first of all, you're lying. There's no way that you've been doing this since 14 and you look that bad at doing it. And it's like, all he wants to do is get like look good into other people's eyes. And it's like so superficial. But I also understand it because he's an actor in LA and the most
Well,
important thing for
that's
him
how
is
they all are, bro. That's
yeah,
the one thing about LA is there's a lot of like, okay, so when I went, I got the vibe it was very chill and laid back, but I guarantee there's a part of LA where everybody's like social climbing and stuff like that, and that's the part I don't really fuck with because I just think like if somebody's gonna like me, they're gonna like me. If they don't, they don't. Like I don't try to like put on like a persona. That's the thing. Like
yeah. Some people like tea,
I
some
just
people like coffee. Like
I just understand that those big cities will fucking drain you dry if you don't go there with some bread, like because everything is just so expensive. But as for like trying to put on a fucking like act and like the shit you see online with the Lambos and the Ferraris is a little bit corny to me. If I was ever gonna have one of those cars, nobody would ever know. Like I would like unless you're like one of my friends and you ride in it like that's just never going online, and that's the part where I find super corny. So those people, I don't know, I tend to stay away from those people who are like social climbing and shit like that, and just try to like, oh, who can I hang? I've known people like that. Like in college, there's a ton of people like that, just like social, like just trying to be friends with somebody just so they can be friends with like another person is it's fucking weird to me. I just never really fuck with that shit.
if I can give you any piece of advice, what I would say is it's definitely worth going to those cities and living there for a little bit because what it's going to make you learn is it's going to make you feel like, oh, these are the type of people that I love and these are the type of people that I don't want in my life. You don't have to necessarily hate them, but
Yeah.
you also don't necessarily have to like hang out with them always. And where me and George are from Boston. I'm from across the river from Boston, from Cambridge, and it's nothing like that. Like the people that you meet usually from Cambridge are like, regular ass people. And when I've gone to other countries or whenever I've moved, it teaches you that like oh, these are the type of people. These are my people. I know what values a person holds. Yeah, but I mean it's not a bad thing, bro. Like
I'm just.
I think it's a very good thing to. Yeah, I think it's a good thing to recognize. Like you find the type of people that you can vibe with, and if you're the type of person that wants to social climb, bro, go to New York, go to Miami, go to LA. But if you realize like that's not something that's important to you, I'm not going to be friends with somebody who just because it's going to make me look better, or I want to know their friends and I don't care about them and I just want to use them. Then live in some of those some cities where the social media isn't as important, you know.
Yeah, and like honestly, the one of the draws of actually living there, you ever hear the saying like, you're kind of like the sum of who you surround yourself with, like kind of like birds of the same feather flock together, that kind of saying.
Yeah.
I just I want to. The thing is like there's of course since you're making more money, right? There's a lot of people who are kind of like entrepreneurial, so it kind of has that draw of you're gonna meet people and they're gonna put you on to a lot of stuff. A lot of networking opportunities are out there, and of course
Yeah,
there's always that corny douche who like drives the Lambo and posts on it on Instagram like the Jack Dohertys is always like those guys, but I'm sure there's a ton of people that are kind of like me, where they love that building aspect of it, and they just always been like that since a kid, like just like building things and creating things and watching progress happen. And I guarantee, like, it's so many people in that city. Not everybody is probably like a Jack Doherty, and that's kind of
No,
where
they're not.
the draw is to me. And if
Yeah.
I ever go there and there's literally nobody like that, then I probably will hate it. I'm not gonna lie. I'll probably think about what you told me, and I was like, he was right.
Yeah, and I think I'm speaking about the loud minority. Like most people I know that live out in LA, live out in I only know one person that lives in Miami, so that's not a good example. But LA and New York, I have a lot of friends that live there. They're great people. I meet some of their friends, and they're great people too. Like birds of a
Yep.
feather flock together. But I think I think what you're saying that is also right is there is a loud minority of people who um, like to flaunt on social media, like to be the center of attention. Their priority isn't to just be friends. It's to find the next opportunity, like connect with somebody so that they can like meet their dad and get a good investment.
Yeah, it's
Most
always been
people
weird.
who live in those areas, yeah, most people who live in those areas aren't like that. But the representation of those people is extremely loud.
It's kind of like similar to the Mexico thing. Like Mexico has a stereotype of like the tourist areas are beautiful, like Cozumel and that shit, and then you got fucking cartels like shooting up the streets and shit like that. That's a big stereotype of Mexico. And I literally was asking those questions to really. I've never talked to somebody who actually lived in Mexico, so I wanted to know, like, what's the real fucking spiel on Mexico? And the way you made it sound is it's pretty normal. I mean, obviously
Oh,
there's like
dude,
shit
yeah.
here and there, but so that's kind of similar to the stereotype of Miami is everybody's a douche. But I'm sure there's got to be some normal people there. There has to be. It's such a big
Oh,
city, you know?
yeah. There is, and I think
Has to
majority
be.
of them, like 90% of them are like super normal. You're probably talking about like 5 or 10% where that are, you know, the annoying ones that are really really loud. What I
Yeah,
will say
the
about
louder ones
Mexico,
always speak. Like the louder ones always appear more because they're fucking like making so much noise. There's always like a
yeah.
silent majority or
What I
silent
will
minority.
what I will say about Mexico City is, dude, I've met guys in clubs that are cartel members, and they're mad nice. They're like, as long as you're not fucking with people, and I think this goes with any city that you ever go to. As long as you're not fucking with people, you're making their life harder, or you're encroaching
Yep.
on their business. There's no problems. Like, dude, I'm not even lying to you. I've gone to a couple of clubs here where they're run by the cartel. Like the cartel is the person who owns
What I'm
this
hearing
place
is
to the
Dara
point
is
where
part
they're
of the cartel. That's just what I'm hearing.
That's
He's
I'm
he's,
really
he's, he's
starting
really
to
trying to
think
sell them.
that.
Yeah, he's really trying to sell them, bro. He's like,
You
yo,
know,
listen, the
no,
cartel
no, no,
ain't that
no. Not only
bad.
that, not only that, bro. He's run into a lot of cartel people. He's had a lot of
Right.
cartel stories,
And
which
he
makes
and
me
he's
think
come out
he's an
unscathed.
undercover fucking
He's come out
right.
unscathed.
some of them nice people. Dude, I mean, the truth of it is like I said, I've met a couple of them, and it's not like it's not a secret, right? Like you'll see them. They have a table. You start talking to them because a lot of them are also just very extroverted people. They'll just chat with you, or maybe I'm extroverted and I'll start chatting with most people. And one of the things that I've learned is these guys are very, very nice. Not all of them. Some of them are murderers. Some of them are killers. Some of them will, touch you when you don't want to be touched. But as
Those are
long as
Dara's
if you
favorites.
don't give them any problems, dude, as long as you don't give them any problems, they're very nice.
You fucking dumbass, Jordan.
Nah,
Bro,
sorry,
that's
just
such a
trolling.
sick
You were
experience,
saying?
bro. That is such no. That's honestly such a like. I'm glad that I even talked to you because now I kind of know like what it really is. Like it's kind. All right, so let me ask you, Dubai is that like all like fucking sheiks and shit like that? Like with fucking you know, the what's that thing called? Is it a turban? They got like
We're getting
stretched on.
canceled. We're getting canceled.
Yeah,
Yo, let me ask you: are there like, is it true that there's like poo poo deals there where these sheiks will like pay like $10,000 for a girl to come over and shit on their chest? Like, is that real?
Poo poo deals?
Yeah.
Yo, you're bugging.
Wait, did you say yeah?
yeah.
I can't even hear you.
He said it happens.
Can you hear me now?
How do you know?
He's done it.
Well, I mean, I was a kid.
Oh, fucking with you. Yo, how do
Yeah,
you
I'm
know
the one
that,
shooting on their
dog? What the fuck is going on here?
Dude, honestly, if I had enough money to poop on someone's chest, I'd be a very happy man.
That's actually, yo, I've seen so many like podcasts where girls go on there and they're like, yeah, some dude like flew me out to Dubai and he paid me like 10K to shit on his chest and he bought me like Chipotle beforehand and Taco Bell and he just like filled me up with a bunch of beans. And he just said they'll go crazy. I'm just like,
That's crazy.
bro,
Oh, dude, you know,
how
honestly,
can you-
as bad as that is, the guy actually might be an expert. Dude has dietary restrictions to know what kind of poop he wants on his chest.
dead ass, bro. He wanted that. He wanted the fucking like the most solid, juiciest at the same time. He wanted like such a combo, bro. He's like, yo, let me help out your digestive system and help your health out too. By the way, it's fucking crazy.
So, the unfortunate truth is, some Arabs are some of the most racist people on the planet. Not saying that they top American racism. Yeah. I mean, American racism is goated. Like, let's
We're
be
like
real.
the
Like,
pros of racism.
yeah,
Like the NBA.
yeah, we're like,
Yeah.
We're like the dream team.
We're the league.
Yeah.
Head to the league.
yeah, dude, we're like the MJ. Like, we're the first great. You know what I mean? Like, we're really good at it. But Arabs are, and I don't want to put it on all Arabs, but there's a lot of Arab superiority, and they feel that way because they make a shit ton of money, and
Yeah.
they view themselves a little higher than some others. It is unfortunate, but that is the
Yeah.
truth. Not
Well,
all of them.
I mean,
Heard it
they're
here first,
they're
folks.
very like I mean, you think about even they make the women wear those fucking things around their
They're
eyes,
getting
like the mask,
canceled.
like the ninja masks, like they
Oh,
make
the
them wear,
burkas?
they make them wear that shit. Yo, and if you literally if you like take it off or you're gay or some shit, it's like Abdul get the rocks, and like they
Yeah.
start fucking Sony. So I mean, it's just a different world, bro.
Abdul get the rocks. This is too much for me. Yes, that sounds like a yeah. You can tell all John watched growing up was Family Guy. That sounds like a Family Guy.
Did I not tell you that's where my fucking humor comes from?
Yeah, Abdul
You
get
know
the
this
rocks.
about me.
No, it's funny
George,
because
you need to turn
it's
that to a
same here,
soundbite.
bro. It's same here because that's all I watch too.
That's why
Abdul
we
get
got
the
along
rocks.
so well.
Straight ass
because we
face,
had the
bro.
same
Like
type of
eyes
humor.
low. Abdul get the rocks.
George, you gotta turn that into a soundbite. If anyone ever says something crazy, just hit the button.
Yo, honestly, we gotta record that.
Abdul, get the rocks.
Nah, you gotta say it casual. Abdul, get the rocks.
Abdul, get the rocks, bro. Get the rocks. Come on. Nah, but
Gotta
they're
get those.
they're very conservative over there, and I mean it is what it is. Like they have their beliefs because that's what what's it called, the Quran. That's what it says to do. So, I mean, I'm
Hey,
never gonna
man,
hate on
we
somebody
are-
else's religion, right?
We are very conservative over here too. I'll tell you that. America is one of the most conservative places in the world.
But besides, I mean, I would say we're pretty progressive for the most part. Like
Oh.
literally, we have a liberal president right now. I mean, that should tell you right now. Like,
That man ain't that man. I mean, yeah, I guess
Nah.
technically he is
I
liberal,
disagree
but
with you.
I feel like people have this idea that liberal means progressive, and it really doesn't. Like liberal and progressive are two different things, but
George,
they are certainly
George.
conflated all the time. But they're not
George,
the same thing if you ask me.
the United States is one of the most liberal and progressive countries on the planet.
All right, I'm not
I
gonna fight
agree.
you on that because I know you're trolling, but all right.
No, dude,
Yeah,
you know what?
I actually think
I would
that.
tell you if
I'm
I'm
not gonna
trying to. No, dude,
I think, yeah. I mean, yes. If we are speaking globally, yes. Like as a species, we are conservative as fuck. Yes. But
No, we're progressive. Oh yeah, as a species, yeah, the humans are.
Do you know how
if
many?
we're
conservative.
comparing the U.S.
you know
to
how
the
many
rest of the
fucking-
human race, then sure.
Dude, there is never
Do you
going
know
to be
how many
another
fucking
country on the
blue hair
planet.
people we have here?
Yeah,
How many blue
there's
hair?
never going to be.
That's how you
There's
measure
never gonna
how
be-
progressive your country is. Count the number of blue hair folks. I actually have some
Blue
blue hair
hairs with
friends.
Blue hair with the septum piercing. That's how you know.
Dude, there's a lot of countries where you can't even look at their hair. So he's onto something.
I'm telling you. I mean, I don't think like I'm never gonna hate on somebody for their political view and shit like that. I kind of really just don't give a shit.
Just be honest. You're trying to hate about the political views. Just say it.
Yeah, bro. I'm a racist, homophobic, sexist.
John's like, what? Your political views don't agree with mine? Get the rocks.
Yo, Abdul, fuck him up.
Abdul, get the
Yo,
rocks.
Abdul, grab his arms.
John, if you don't want to be racist, I can do it for you. Don't worry about it.
All right, I need you to say some crazy shit right now.
Chill.
I got
I'm not
one.
trying to get banned again.
Yo, was
I got
9/11
one.
real? Was 9/11 real, guys? Okay. Nah, fuck. I don't want to get you banned. I was gonna
Like
say,
I said.
was it really 6 million?
Oh. No, John.
Yo,
No.
George, this is the last time George has me on his podcast.
Oh man. But yeah, dude, I mean, they're very, very racist people sometimes. And
Yeah.
one of the things that I've noticed, and I didn't know this while I was a kid while I was living there, because I was when I lived in Dubai, I was 9 to 11 or 12 years old, and one of the most fucked up things that they do there is they're like, I guess this is a horrible way to say this, but they import people, and they tell them, hey man, we're building our city, we need to hire more construction people, and they would hire, they would hire people from India, Pakistan, or Bangladesh, South Asia, and when I was a kid, the amount of homeless people that I used to see walking around or sitting in parks, I was just like, oh, they're homeless. But then when you get older, you realize that a lot of them, they get flown out there. They get accommodations for like 4 months or 6 months, and they pay them very little. Maybe it's better than what they would get paid if they're not working back home. But they would take away their passport, and they'd be like, oh, look, you owe us all this money for flying you out, paying for your rent for 4 months. You're in the deficit, and a lot of them have to work off. It's like indentured servitude.
I was gonna
Like,
say
they have
that.
to, they have to work off the debt that they accrued to even just get there to work. And the saddest part about it is, like, these guys are moving here and they're leaving their families to go do a very manual labor, difficult job, and they're already starting behind because they're like, well, you owe us 8 months of your salary just to be able to be here. Before you even get paid first, you owe us this much money.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally like shit like that happens like all over. It's very sad, but it happens like all over the world. Like Africa, I mean, there's still like child like militia and shit like that that goes around. It sucks. It's like that makes you kind of appreciate America in some aspects. You know what I mean? Some aspects were kind of.
Let me be
we're
clear.
free.
I don't think America is the worst place on earth. I think people who claim that are idiots. I personally love it, and I'm like, I wish it lived up to the promise, and that's why I criticize the shit out of it, because I'm like, it should be better.
The American
Love
dream,
something, you want to see the best for it.
the American dream is dead, but America is still one of the best places to ever be born and raised in. There's a lot of issues with it, right? Like to be born in a horrible area.
Like
to be born in,
hate how
Roblox,
people act
but-
like we can't have both can't be true. Like it can be true that America is one of the best places to live, and it can also be true that America could be a lot fucking better. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. But like people act like the fucking far right Republicans like America is the best. If you ever say anything bad about it, you deserve to die and you should leave. I'm like, fucking relax. And the
100%.
liberals are like, America is like hell incarnate. I'm like,
Which
Yeah,
is
no,
not,
they're-
bro. Like,
And
At the
you,
end of the
you would
day-
think you would think that they would have some kind of idea of what goes on in Europe, bro. Like, you know, like in Europe, sex trafficking is huge. It's like
yeah,
one of the biggest problems that they have out there, besides the wars and stuff like that. Bro,
Yeah.
the sex rings and I should probably stop because you'll get banned. But the
yeah,
SRs,
I like
Yeah.
clicked off all the thing and said like drugs, sex, all of it. Like we're doing all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, the sex trafficking, like, I watched, like, a documentary about it. It literally, they have, like, the dark web. A lot of those girls come from, like, Europe and shit like that. And they have, like,
Yeah.
rings where they purchase. Like, it happens in France, Italy, like, especially Russia was pretty big. Like, all
And
those
a lot of them are
fucking
also
European
European
countries, yeah.
too. They're all like Eastern European countries where they don't do as well as some of the Western European countries do, like Spain, France, Britain, Germany, and they're getting flown out from like parts of Russia that aren't doing too well, Ukraine, Romania, and it's unfortunate it happens.
You would think that we would know that, right? You think that, like, with all the technology we have and the ability to, like, know shit, that George was just saying, like, liberals think that America's so bad. Like, I mean, I feel like liberals are the first people to get upset about, like, sex trafficking and stuff like that. Like, that's, like, the kind of their whole spiel is,
Right.
like, preventing all that shit, you know? I
Have
just-
you
I don't
ever read or watched The Hunger Games?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we're like District 0, bro. We're not even District
Yeah.
1. We're like District like -5. Like we're up there, bro. Like
Yo.
I think
Yeah.
that America has a lot of problems, but at the end of the day, there's never been a country that I've lived in that has been easier. Oh, easier is the wrong word. Like it's easy for me because I speak English and I was born there. But I think it is, in my opinion, undoubtedly one of the best countries on the planet. The amount of social mobility and economic
Congress trying to
mobility that
run
people
for
have.
president for the Republican Party.
I'm about to be Candace Owens 2.0.
Yeah.
No, but I really do think that, like, I've never been to a country where it has so much social and economical mobility the way that America does. And as racist as America can be, as bad as some areas can be, and if you're unfortunate enough to be born into
Wait, yo,
difficult
Docker,
neighborhood or
TikTok
a
just
bad
gave me a
place-
notification that said learn more about US elections. The fuck? Like
We were political
nigga.
talking.
Yeah.
Yo, okay, are you for, like, you like that the Chinese own it and they're listening?
dude, I don't know what's going on, bro. I'm like, yo, TikTok, I thought we were cool. Like what's going on here?
They're ready. They're talking about politics. Let's start pushing out their shit for this election coming up.
Dude, I mean, take advantage of it, man. You want to be a political challenge?
No.
challenge
I'm like,
social
no. It
channel.
like looks like a warning. It looks like they're like, yo, you're spreading misinformation. I'm like, yo,
Oh, everything I'm saying is facts, bro. I'm only spitting facts.
like,
I'm
TikTok,
Yeah, I-
relax, bro. Just trying to.
Yo,
I
no,
don't
but
think
honestly, bro, like so we complain about all of our problems going on in this country, but imagine like you're in a not so great village in like Africa, and you got fucking militia that come in and they steal all your shit. Like imagine like you're in your house right now. What if somebody just came in every week and they're just like, yeah, we're gonna take our little cut for your
John is
protection.
spreading the Africa is a shithole country.
No, not at all. Not at all. But that tell me that shit doesn't happen though.
you're
it's
100% right, man. Like,
There
Like,
are
John,
countries in Africa where that probably happens. Countries
But my-
on the
For
continent
sure,
where it
definitely
happens.
happens. Probably
My
happens
parents
other
are-
places. I just only know about it from there.
Well,
Yeah.
I think me and George can speak to it pretty well because, I mean, George is from Liberia, shithole. I'm from Somalia, shithole. It is a
Oh,
very
y'all got the
difficult place to
pirates
grow
over
up.
there, bro. Y'all got the fucking Somali
Alright,
pirates.
I'm not trying to be like
My mom is-
like excommunicated from Liberia, so please strike those words from the record.
Liberia isn't a shithole; it's a diarrhea hole. My bad. Sorry.
Wow.
Um,
Wow.
They're gonna be like, "Don't ever come back, George. You're banned."
Nah,
Banished.
I'm definitely
alright.
excommunicated for sure.
Abdul, you know what to
Abdul,
do.
get the rocks. Abdul, get the rocks.
Dude, at the end of the day, man, like, I mean, it's unfortunate that it is what it is, but there are so many countries that are so difficult to just make a basic living.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm blessed beyond a reasonable doubt. I am,
Yo, this man took us to court.
yeah,
Good lord.
beyond a reasonable doubt that I was born in the U.S., but I would much rather make $17 an hour, $15 an hour, $8 an hour living in the U.S. than making a fraction of that, being somebody who has to mine to make
Fucking
$3,
cobalt.
$4, $5 a day. You know, like,
Yeah, bro. Like those cobalt mines, the amount of deaths that they happen, like literally, I don't know what the stat is, but it was pretty high when I saw it.
yeah,
For how many people just don't make it in those mines, and that's a big industry. Like all of our iPhones have that little cobalt shit. I don't know if I think it might be in the battery,
mhm.
but think about like millions of iPhones have that, and they got to get that from somewhere, and they literally. Have you ever seen the movie Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler?
Dude, that is the most stressful movie I've ever seen in my life.
I love that movie is
Oh,
such a trip, bro.
It's an amazing
Such a
movie,
trip.
and props to Adam Sandler because I never realized that Adam Sandler could be that good of an actor. I love all of his.
Oh, he killed that shit.
Dude, I love all of his other movies. When he was in Happy Gilmore, I forget the name of the one where he's like has to go through school again as a kid to like get his dad's inheritance. But that movie, him, Kevin Garnett, they crushed it. And
Yeah,
Oh shit! I guess I gotta watch this movie.
I
Yeah.
bet you, if I had a,
bro.
it's an
George,
amazing
George.
movie.
Honestly, 10 out of 10 movie, and on top of that, there's Kanye's ex in it, and I don't know if it was. I think it was Kanye's ex.
Him?
She's bad as fuck. She got a fat ass. No, her name is like Julia Fox or some shit. That was fucking. But in the beginning, they were mining for because it's all about like diamonds. It's about like a Jewish. He owns like this. What's it called? He owns a jeweler. He's a jeweler
Yeah.
in New York City.
And
He
gambling.
gets this like
It's
really
not just
rare
about-
thing.
It's not just about jewels, it's also about gambling.
True, exactly. But in the beginning, like they literally die over getting the fucking little gems. They carry some dude out. He's all bloody and shit like that. Huh?
No, I'm like watching my stream on a different account, and I'm like, it looks like there are ads popping up, and I'm like, I'm not getting paid for this shit. Like the fuck.
Well, no, that's what TikTok does. So basically, they push your shit out because they want people. They know live streams get more attention than straight videos, so they see that as an opportunity. When you have attention, you put ads in front of that because they're capitalists.
Yo, I'm about to set up
Trying to make more money.
a payment account, because I'm like, yo, y'all should be paying me for this.
Facts, get your cut, bro. Get your fucking cut. Yo, but no, honestly, bro, you should really look into finding other political commentators and figuring out, I don't know, networking or paying to get on, pay to play, getting on their podcast and exposing yourself, no Diddy, to their audience. And I think that's the fastest way you're gonna grow, because there's been so many streamers that I've seen from I've seen so many streamers.
Like, that's
You know, I picture like you're like a fucking you're at like a park, bro, and you have like a towel on. You just like fucking open that shit. You're like, yo, look at this shit. It's like a white fucking towel. Oh my god.
Oh, dude.
Nah, but that's the fastest way you're gonna grow by far. By far is just inserting
Oh,
yourself.
1,000%.
No, yo, I can't.
I John's losing it.
I
John's
can't
losing
win.
it.
I can't win.
John's losing it.
But putting yourself in front of another audience. That's how you're gonna win. By far. Easiest route to the top. Easiest route. Or you could fucking grind your way up, slave away at fucking making all these clips, and hopefully one goes viral. You could also do that too.
No one does that. Like, if you look at some of the best streamers on the planet, they all like collab. Like AMP, they bought a house so that they can collab together. Fucking, like, it is what it is. It's the way to do it.
Yeah, you gotta really be like a little annoying. You gotta be like, hey, I'm a content creator, and I'm a fucking G, and I'm gonna get on your podcast. We're gonna debate, and be ready at 8, type shit.
Be ready, yeah.
Telling you, bro. Like I can see you. I can see you because you've always said you wanted to, like, I don't know, politics interested you, and you wish you could get into politics. This is like the way to do it. Like, you're literally grinding up to the top. You know.
Question for you, George.
Mm.
Do you feel like you could be a really good politician if it meant that you weren't willing to partake in some of these scummy practices?
I mean, yeah, I have no intention of partaking in any scummy practices. That's why I'm like, okay, like the like lobbyists and like the donors and stuff, they like are super concerned because it's all about being phony, about like your image and persona and like presenting a certain way, and they're all like fake, right? And so by like 90% of the things we said on this stream tonight, like people can dig up in the future and be like, yeah, see, like George is a bad person, blah blah blah, and like I can't wait for them to do that because I'm like, yeah, like this just like goes to show just how phony you are, just how like manufactured you are. Like, I'm a real person. I'm not afraid to be that. I'm not afraid to speak my mind. I'm not some kind of like canned like manufactured, like reading off some kind of teleprompter ass like monkey suit wearing like bozo. Like, I'm a regular person. Like and I think regular people should be in politics. I can talk the talk of regular folks because I'm a regular person, but I can also talk the political talk because I study this shit and I'm passionate about it. And I'm passionate about helping people, and I'm not just in there trying to do insider trading and like make myself rich like half these fucking politicians right now. First of all, the insider trading shit's wild. But like, that's
Yeah, bro.
the point.
Honestly though, the cheat code to get rich is just, it's all public. Whatever stock that Nancy Pelosi buys,
Yeah, buy the
Yeah.
stock.
buy that. Just buy that shit, bro. And oh no, some guy did that on TikTok, and his returns were insane. Like, he
Right.
literally just went on her list and just bought everything she bought, and
Have
he
you heard
like
of Publix?
like the store, like the grocery store.
No, I guess that is one. That is another. Yeah, that is the company there. There's a investment company called Publix, and the whole idea is exactly what you're talking about. They have a feed, and it shows you can follow people, and you can.
Oh
it's
yeah,
all,
yep, have
it's
heard of that.
all yeah, because it's not illegal, but any stock that you purchase is going to be public information, regardless of whether it's me, you, Greg Cardone, Nancy Pelosi, like Jim Carrey. It doesn't matter. All that stuff is public information, and this company.
I'm trying to get those Jim Carrey stocks.
Yeah,
Hey, he's part of the Illuminati.
This company, Publix, what they do is they have a feed, and what you can do is, if you have enough money to be able to do this, you can set aside and it'll pull money from your bank account once a month, every week, whatever you want it to set. But it'll take that, and you can follow people, and if they purchase a stock, it'll automatically purchase it for you as well.
Yep,
That's pretty cool.
She's
Yeah.
100. I have heard of that. I remember it's like a social media account
Yeah.
for like investing, and everybody has like a
Mhm.
profile, and you can kind of see. Yeah, no, that's that shit. I saw. I thought it was a great idea when it first came out.
Dude, it's genius. Especially when you got U.S. politicians doing dumb shit. Genius.
I don't know. I just don't know. Like her and like fucking Martha Stewart. I don't know. Like where you. How do you know? How do you know these? Like, how does Nancy Pelosi know what's going on in these companies? Like, who's
Yeah,
telling her and Martha Stewart, bro?
she gets briefed on the economy because she's a U.S. politician. She was the freaking
Wasn't
Speaker
she?
of the House.
So they go to her and they say like, okay, we're gonna like announce our earnings tomorrow or our absolute shit. So you need to sell all your stock.
No, it's
It's
more
not.
so, in
It's
my
not that in
opinion, it's
depth.
more so that it's like, yo, I want to pay you so that you can make it easier for us to do X, Y, and Z. Like, if I want to be able to open up to a specific market, I can ask, if I have enough money and I can lobby for it, I can ask Nancy Pelosi or any of these senators. And most of the time it's on the state level, so it's usually senators and governors. But I can ask them to make it easier for me to be able to bypass a specific law, get a specific government contract, because I'm going to pay the governor, the senator, or unfortunately the Speaker of the House to make it easier for me to do what I need to do.
Yeah, bro, it's actually insane to me. Like
Yeah.
honestly, you know what is also probably a good idea is whatever Warren Buffett buys, just like buy that shit too, because that dude's like fucking. He has so much money. I just feel like we should just buy whatever the big guys buy, like whatever, like
Yeah.
Elon, Bezos, like whatever they buy, we should just go ahead and follow, and then we'll all kind of win together until they sell. But that's a different
Yeah.
story.
Unfortunately, I think
Until they rug pull that shit, and then we're fucked.
unfortunately the only way that you can make life changing money is if you already have life changing money to be able to invest into those things.
Well, I think real estate is a way better investment
Oh,
than
1,000%.
stocks because right now I'm a landlord, right? So I have one house and I just kind of rent it
You're
out.
a landlord?
Yeah, I own a house and I rent out the bottom floor and I'm about to rent out the third floor and I live on the second.
John, I don't know what kind of pants you're wearing, but you're gonna have to pull them off so we can suck you off a little bit more.
No, but basically, bro, like you're literally, it's the best investment. You literally, you have somebody paying down your mortgage. On top of that, you have appreciation of the house, and your principal payment. And then there's tax benefits, so you get like write offs and shit like that. So you save in your taxes. So
And you
stocks, I
get
don't.
equity. You get an equity line of credit that you can do whatever you want with.
And you can take out a loan against your house and buy another one. Like I
Yeah,
think
dude, it's
I don't know why
insane.
somebody would fucking invest in stocks, bro. Like that's of course you want to diversify, but real estate is just so OP. It's actually insane.
Yeah, dude, I agree with you. One of the major factors for me moving here is so that I can save more money so that I can buy a house when I move back.
That's so smart because I bet the cost of living is probably so low in Mexico compared to like Boston.
Oh well, not where I live. I pay 1,500 for for a 4 bedroom. But
That's not bad. That's really
it's
good
not bad.
actually.
Yeah, but
Like a 2 bedroom in my area. Like okay, I'm the type of landlord. I'm not like a greedy landlord, and I pride myself in not being a slumlord either. So what I do is I look at like what the rents are, like what are the highest rents and what are the lowest rents, and let me go right in the middle. Like let me do somewhere that's not gonna fuck over my tenant. Um,
yeah,
and I know for a fact that in my area, a 2 bedroom goes for like 1,600, like 1,700, about that.
mm,
So the
dude,
fact that you're getting a 4 bedroom for 1,500,
yeah,
that's not bad. Not and listen,
right.
I've heard of like people I know who are in like worse areas than me. I'm like in a decent area. Like it's probably if I was an investor scale, like we scale it by like grades. I would probably say mine is like a B minus, C plus, somewhere around there. There's people in lesser areas who their landlord raised the rent on them and like a fucking 2 bedroom to like 1,800, 1,900 for only a 2 bedroom.
Dude, if you're in the chat, claps in the chat for my boy John. You're what? Like you're what? You're 28 and you already bought
20
a prop.
26. It
Oh
took me.
my
It
god,
took
I
me
feel better.
it took me so long to save up for that shit, bro. It took me like
Dude.
fucking like 4 or 5 years to save up for it.
Claps in the chat for the
Grinded.
boy. Claps in the chat for my boy John.
I appreciate it, bro.
Oh, dude,
You
no,
gotta,
I mean,
you gotta make
it's
it somehow, you know.
It's not easy, but I think that's a very big life accomplishment. And for you to think about it from a rental perspective, not just I have a home, because you have an asset at that point, not a
Do I
dependency.
control if these fucking things are on my stream?
Yeah,
I don't want
yeah. I
them on
mean,
my
like
stream.
that's the goal. Like I told myself, like I want to figure out some way to have like groceries paid. I read like a bunch of investment books, and they say that to really become financially free, there's a couple things you got to accomplish. You have to figure out how to get your rent paid for, your groceries paid for, and your car paid for. Those are the big three that cost somebody the most money. So if I can eliminate one of those three and kind of do like a little house hack thing going on, I mean,
Yeah.
then I only have two left. I don't know how I'm going to figure out the grocery part because fucking groceries are so expensive, but that's another story for another.
What books did you read? Drop it so that first
Yeah,
of all
hold
that
on.
I can learn and the rest of the chat can learn.
I got it on Audible. Hold on, let me just pull it up. So I know for a fact the first real estate book I read was by Robert Kiyosaki. That was a
Oh,
really good book.
I hate that guy.
It's called Rich Dad. Yeah, he's kind of a